OK。じゃあ、始めます。Bash name Bash newborn again shell synopsis Bash options file copyright Bash is copyright 1989-2005 by the Free Software Foundation Inc. Description: Bash is an sh compatible command language interpreter that executes command read from the standard input or from a file. Bash also incorporates useful features from the core and C shells. Bash is intended to be a conformant implementation of the shell and utilities portion of the IEEE project specification. Bash can be configured to be project conformant by default. Options: in addition to the single character shell option documented in the description of the set built-in command, Bash interprets the following options when it is invoked. -c string. If the -c option is present, then commands are read from string. If there are arguments after the string, they are assigned to the potential parameters starting with $0 -i. If the -i option is present, the shell is interactive. -l. Make Bash act as if it had been invoked as a login shell. -r. If the -r option is present, the shell becomes restricted. -s. If the -s option is present, or if no argument remains after option processing, then command will read from the standard input. This option allows the positional parameters to be set when invoking an interactive shell. -d. List of all double quoted strings preceded by $ is printed on the standard output. There are the strings that are object to language translation when the current locale is not zero POSIX. This implies the -n option, no command will be executed. -+O short option. Short put option is one of the shell options accepted by the shop built-in. If shop option is present, -o set the value of that option, +o unsets it. If shop option is not supplied, the names and values of the shell options accepted by shop are printed on the standard output. If the invocation option is +o, the output is displayed in a format that may be reused as input. -, signals the end of option and disable further option processing. Any argument after the -- are treated as file name and arguments. An argument of - is equivalent to -- Bash also interprets a number of multi-character options. These options must appear on the command line before the single character option to be recognized. -debugger. Arrange for the debugger profile to be executed before the shell starts. Turns on extended debugging mode. See the description of the next debug option to the shop built-in below and shell function tracing. See the description of the -func trace option to the set built-in below. -dump post strings equivalent to -d, but the output is in the new getText portable object file format. -dump strings equivalent to -d. -help display a usage message on standard output and exit successfully. -it file -rc file execute command from file instead of the standard personal initialization file to the /bash rc if the shell is interactive. -login equivalent to -l no editing. Do not use the GNU readline library to read command line when the shell is interactive. -no profile. Do not read either the system-wide startup file /etc/profile or any of the personal initialization files to the /bash profile, to the /bash login, or to the /profile. By default, bash read these files when it is invoked as a login shell. -no rc. Do not read and execute the personal initialization file to the /bash rc if the shell is interactive. This option is on by default if the shell is invoked as sh. -POSIX. Change the behavior of bash where the default operation differs from the POSIX standard to match the standard POSIX mode. -restricted. The shell becomes restricted. -verbose equivalent to -v. -version. Show version information for this instance of bash on the standard output and exit successfully. Argument. If argument remain after option processing and neither the -c nor the -s option has been supplied, the first argument is assumed to be the name of a file containing shell command. If bash is invoked in this fashion, $0 is set to the name of the file and the positional parameters are set to the remaining arguments. Bash read and execute commands from this file, then exit. Bash exit status is the exit status of the last command executed in the script. If no command executed, the exit status is 0. An attempt is first made to open the file in the current directory, and if no file is found, then the shell searches the directories in path for the script. Invocation. A login shell is one whose first character of the argument there is a hyphen or one started with the hyphen login option. An interactive shell is one started with a non-option argument and without the -c option whose standard input and error are both connected to terminals as determined by either TTY3 or one started with the -l option. PS1 is set and there -includes I if bash is interactive, allowing the shell script or a startup file to test this state. The following paragraphs describe how bash executes its startup files. If any of the files exist but cannot be read, bash reports an error. Tildes are expanded in file names as described below under tilde expansion in the expansion section. When bash is invoked as an interactive login shell or as a non-interactive shell with the -l login option, it's first read and execute command from the file /etc/profile if that file exists. After reading that file, it looks for tilde/.bash profile, tilde/.bash login, and tilde/.profile in that order, and read and execute command from the first one that exists and is readable. The -no profile option may be used when the shell is started to inhibit this behavior. When a login shell exits, bash read and execute command from the file slash tilde slash dot bash logger if it exists. When an interactive shell that is not a login shell is sorted, bash read and execute command from tilde slash dot bash rc if that file exists. This may be inhibited by using the -no rc option. The -rc file option will force bash to read and execute command from file instead of tilde slash dot bash rc. When bash is started non-interactively to run shell script, for example, it looks for the variable bash emb in the environment, expand its value if it appears there, and uses the expanded value as the name of the file to read and execute. Bash behaves as if the following command were executed. If -n $bash emb, then dot $bash emb, but the value of the path variable is not used to search for the file name. If bash is marked with the name sh, it tries to mimic the startup behavior of historical version of sh as closely as possible while conforming to the public standard as well. When invoked as an interactive login shell or a non-interactive shell with a -login option, it first attempts to read and execute commands from /etc/profile and /profile in that order. The -no profile option may be used to inhibit this behavior. When invoked as an interactive shell with the name sh, bash looks for the variable emb, expand its value if it is defined, and uses the expanded value as the name of a file to read and execute. Since a shell invoked as sh does not attempt to read and execute commands from any other stored up files, the -rc file option has no effect. A non-interactive shell invoked with the name sh does not attempt to read any other stored up files. When invoked as sh, bash enters POSIX mode after the startup file read. When bash is started in POSIX mode, as with the -POSIX command line option, it follows the POSIX standard for startup files. In this mode, interactive shell expands the emb variable and commands are read and executed from the file whose name is expanded value. No other startup files are read. Bash attempt to determine when it is being run by the remote shell daemon, usually rshd. If bash determines it is being run by rshd, it reads and executes command from /bash rc if that file exists and readable. It will not do this if invoked as sh. The -no rc option may be used to inhibit this behavior, and the -rc file option may be used to force another file to be read, but rshd does not generally invoke the shell with those options or allow them to be specified. If the shell is started with the effective user group ID not equal to the real user group ID and the -p option is not supplied, no startup files are read. Shell functions are not inherited from the environment. The shell options variable, if it appears in the environment, is ignored, and the effective user ID is set to the real user ID. If the -p option is applied at invocation, the startup behavior is the same, but the effective user ID is not reset. Definitions. The following definitions are used throughout the rest of this document. Blank, a space or tab, bold, a sequence of characters considered as a single unit by the shell, also known as a token. Name, a word consisting only of alphanumeric characters and underscores. and beginning with an alphabetic character or an underscore, also referred to as an identifier. Meta character are characters that, when unquoted, separate word from the following: pipe and semicolon, bracket, space, tab. Control operator, a token that performs a control function. It is one of the following symbols: pipe and semicolon, bracket, new line. Reserved word that have a special meaning to the shell. The following words are recognized as reserved when unquoted and either the first word of a simple command. See shell grammar below, or the third word of the case for command. Exclamation case do then L if else is a key for function if in select the then and the while bracket time. Shell grammar simple command. A simple command is a sequence of optional variable assignment followed by blank separated word and redirections and terminated by a control operator. The first word specifies the command to be executed and is passed as argument to 0. The remaining word are passed as argument to the invoked command. The return value of a simple command is its exit status, or 128 plus n if the command is terminated by signal n. Pipelines. A pipeline is a sequence of one or more commands separated by the character. 5. The format for a pipeline is time -p exclamation command 2. The standard output of command is connected via a pipe to the standard input of command 2. This connection is performed before any redirection specified by the command. See redirection below. The return status of a pipeline is the exit status of the last command, unless the pipe fail option is enabled. If pipe fail is enabled, the pipeline return status is the value of the last rightmost command to exit with a non-zero status, or 0 if all command exit successfully. If the reserved word exclamation precedes a pipeline, the exit state of that pipeline is a logical negation of the exit status as described above. The shell wait for all command in the pipeline to terminate before returning a value. If the time reserved word proceed a pipeline, the elapsed as well as user and system time consumed by its execution are reported when the pipeline terminates. The -p option changes the output format to the specified by POSIX. The time format variable may be set to a format string that specifies how the timing information should be displayed. See the description of time format under shell variables. Each command in pipeline is executed as a separate processes, i.e. in a subshell. A list is a sequence of one or more pipelines separated by one of the operators, and optionally terminated by one of semicolon and or new line. Of these list operations and or have equal precedence followed by semicolon and which have equal precedence. A sequence of one or more new line may appear in the list instead of a semicolon to delimit command. If a command is terminated by the control operator and the shell execute the command in the background in the subshell, the shell does not wait for the command to finish, and the return status is 0. Command separated by a semicolon are executed sequentially. The shell wait for each command to terminate in turn. The return status is the exit status of the last command executed. The control operators and or denote and list and or list respectively, and list has the form command 1 and command 2. Command 2 is executed if and only if command 1 returns an exit status of 0, and all list has the form command 1 or command 2. Command 2 is executed if and only if command 1 returns a non-zero exit status. The return status of an and or list is the exit status of the last command executed in the list. Compound command. A compound command is one of the following. List is executed in the subshell environment. See command execution environment below. Variable assignment and built-in command that affect the shell's environment do not remain in effect after the command completes. The return status is the exit status of list. List is simply executed in the current shell environment. List must be terminated with a new line or semicolon. This is known as group command. The return status is the exit status of the list. Note that, unlike the meta characters and a reserved word, and must occur where a reserved word is permitted to be recognized, since they do not cause a word break. They must be separated from list by white space. The expression is evaluated according to the rules described below under arithmetic evaluation. If the value of the expression is non-zero, the return status is 0, otherwise the return status is 1. This is exactly equivalent to let expression return a status of 0 or 1 depending on the evaluation of the conditional expression. Expressions are composed of primaries described below under conditional expressions. Word splitting and path name expansion are not performed on the word between the tilde expansion parameter and variable expansion, arithmetic expansion, command substitution, process substitution, and code removal are performed. Conditional operators such as -s must be encoded to be recognized as primaries. When the equal and not equal operators are used, the string to the right of the operator is considered a pattern and matched according to the rules described below under pattern matching. If the shell option no case match is enabled, the match is performed without regard to the case of alphabetic characters. The return value is 0 if the string match is equal or does not match not equal pattern, and 1 otherwise. Any part of the pattern may be coded to force it to be matched as a string. An additional binary operator equal to is available with the same precedence as equal and not equal. When it is used, the string to the right of the operator is considered an extended regular expression and matched accordingly. The return value is 0 if the string matches the pattern and 1 otherwise. If the regular expression is syntactically correct, incorrect, the conditional expressions within expression returns value is 2. If the shell option no case match is enabled, the match is performed with regard to the case of alphabetic characters. Substring matched by parenthesized sub-expressions within the regular expression are saved in the array variable batch rematch. The element of batch rematch with index 0 is a portion of the string matching the entire regular expression. The element of batch rematch is with index n is the portion of the string matching the nth parenthesized sub-expression. Expressions may be combined using the following operators listed in this decreasing order of precedence returns the body of expression. This may be used to override the normal precedence of operators. True if expression is false. True if both expression 1 and expression 2 are true. True if either expression 1 or expression 2 is true. The and or operators do not evaluate expression 2 if the value of expression 1 is sufficient to determine the written value of the entire conditional expression. And the list of word following in is expanded, generating a list of items. The variable name is set to each element of this list in turn, and the list is executed each time. If the in word is omitted, the for command executes list once for each positional parameter, that is C. See parameters below. The return status is the exit status of the last command that executes. If the expansion of the item following in result in an empty list, no commands are executed and the return status is 0. First, the arithmetic expression 1 is evaluated according to the rules described below under arithmetic evaluation. The arithmetic expression 2 is then evaluated repeatedly until it evaluates to 0. Each time expression 2 evaluates to a non-zero value, list is executed and the arithmetic expression 3 is evaluated. If any expression is omitted, it behaves as if it evaluates to 1. The return value is the exit status of the last command in list that it is executed, or false if any of the expressions is invalid. The list of words following in is expanded, generating a list of items. The set of expanded words is printed on the standard error, each preceded by a number. If the in word is omitted, the positional parameters are printed. See parameters below. The PS3 prompt is then displayed on the line read from the standard input. If the line consists of a number corresponding to one of the displayed words, then the value of name is set to the word. If the line is empty, the word and the prompt are displayed again. If EOF is read, the command completes. Any other value read causes the last command executed in list or 0 if no command were executed. A case command first expands word and tries to match it against each pattern in turn, using the same matching rules as for path name expansion. See path name expansion below. The word is expanded using tilde expansion, parameter and variable expansion, arithmetic substitution, command substitution, process substitution, and record removal. Each pattern examine is expanded using tilde expansion, parameters and variable expansion, arithmetic substitution, command substitution, and processes substitution. If the share option no case match is enabled, the match is performed without regard to the case of alphabetic characters. When the match is found, the corresponding list is executed. After the first match, no subsequent matches are attempted. The exit status is 0 if no pattern matches. Otherwise, it is the exit status of the last command executed in list. The if list is executed, if its exit status is 0, the then list is executed. Otherwise, each elif list is executed in turn, and if its exit status is 0, the corresponding then list is executed and the command completes. Otherwise, the else list is executed if present. The exit status is the exit status of the last command executed, or 0 if no condition tested true. The while command continuously execute the do list as long as the last command in list returns an exit status of 0. The untest command is identical to the while command except that the test is negated. The do list executed as long as the last command in list returns a non-zero exit status. The exit status of the while and until command is exit status of the last list command executed or 0 if none was executed. Uh, Shell function definitions. A shell function is an object that is called like a simple command and execute a compound command with a new set of positional parameters. Shell functions are declared as follows. This defines a function name. The reserved word function is optional. If the function reserved word is supplied, the parentheses are optional. The body of the function is a command C command above. The command is usually a list of command between n and n, but maybe any command listed in the commands above. Command is executed whenever name is specified as name of a simple command. Any redirection below specified when the function is defined or performed when the function is executed. The exit status of a function definition is 0 unless a syntax error occurs or a read-only function with the same name already exists. When executed, the exit status of a function is the exit status of the last command executed in the body. See functions below. Comment. In a non-interactive shell or an interactive shell in which the interactive comment option to the shell built-in is enabled, see shell built-in command below. A word beginning with sharp causes that word and all remaining characters on that line to be ignored. An interactive shell without the interactive comment option enabled does not allow comments. The interactive comment option is on by default in interactive shells. Coding. Coding is used to remove the special meaning of certain characters or words to the shell. Coding can be used to disable special treatment for special characters to prevent reserved words from being recognized as such and to prevent parameter expression. Each of the parameter characters listed above in the definition has special meaning to the shell and must be quoted if it is not it is to represent itself. When the command history expansion facilities are being used, see history expansion below. The history expansion character user explanation must be quoted to prevent history expansion. There are 3 coding mechanisms: the escape character, single quote, and double quote. A non-quoted backslash is the escape character. It preserves the literal value of the next character that follows, with the exception of new line. If a backslash new line pair appears and the backslash is not itself quoted, the backslash new line is treated as a line continuation, that is, it is removed from the input stream and effectively ignored. And closing characters in single quote preserve the retail value of each character within the quote. A single quote may not occur between single quotes even when preceded by backslash. Enclosing character in double quotes preserves the retail value of all characters within the quote, with the expression of dollar backslash when history expansion is never expansion. The character dollar and retain their special meaning within double quote. The backslash retains its special meaning only when followed by one of the following characters or a new line. A double quote may be quoted within double quotes by preceding it with a backslash. If enable history expansion will be performed unless an expansion appearing in double quote is escaped using backslash. The backslash preceding the expansion is not removed. The special parameter asterisk and at have special meaning when in double quotes. See parameters below. What of the form the single quote string, single quote, or treated specially? The word expand to string with backslash escaped characters replaced as specified by the ANSYS standard backslash escape sequence is present or decoded as follows: backslash A alert bell, backslash B backspace, backslash E an escape character, backslash F home feed, backslash N new line, backslash R carriage return, backslash T horizontal top, backslash B vertical top, backslash single quote, backslash N. The 8-bit character whose value is the octal value NNN 1, 2, 3 digit. Backslash NXHH, the 8-bit character whose value is hexadecimal value HH 1 or 2 hex digit. Backslash CX, a control X character. The expanded result is single quoted as if the dollar sign had not been present. A double quoted string preceded by a dollar sign will cause the string to be translated according to the current locale. If the current locale is CO positive, the dollar sign is ignored. If the string is translated and replaced, the replacement is double quoted. Parameters. A parameter is an entity that stores values. It can be a name, a number, or one of the special characters listed below under special parameters. A variable is a parameter denoted by a name. A variable has a value and 0 or more attributes. Attributes are assigned using the declare built-in command. See declare below in shell built-in commands. A parameter is set if it has been assigned a value. The null string is a valid value. Once a variable is set, it may be unset only by using the unset built-in command. See shell built-in command below. A variable may be assigned by a statement of the form name equal value. If value is not given, the variable is assigned a null string. All values undergo to the expansion parameter and variable expansion, command substitution, arithmetic expansion, quote removal. See expansion below. If the variable has its integer to be set, then value is evaluated as an arithmetic expression even if the expansion is not used. The arithmetic expansion below. Word splitting is not performed with the expression of $at as explained below under special parameters. Path-name expansion is not performed. Assignment statement may also appear as segment to the area declare typeset export read only and local built-in command. In the context where an assignment statement is assigning a value to shell variable or array index, the plus equal operator can be used to append to or add to variable's previous value. When plus equals is applied to a variable for which the integer attribute has been set, value is evaluated as an arithmetic expression and added to the variable's current value, which is also evaluated. When plus equal is applied to an array variable using compound assignment, see arrays below, the variable's value is not unset as it is when using a code, and new values are appended to the array beginning at the greater than the array's maximum index. When applied to a string, valid variable value is expanded and appended to a variable's value. Positional parameters. A positional parameter is a parameter denoted by one or more digits other than the single digit 0. Positional parameters are assigned from the shell's argument when it is invoked and may be reassigned using the setBuiltin command. Positional parameters may not be assigned with assignment statement. The positional parameters are temporarily replaced when a shell function is executed. See functions below. When a positional parameter consisting of more than a single digit is expanded, it must be enclosed in braces. See expansion below. Special parameters. The shell treats several parameters specially. These parameters may only be referenced. Assignment to them is not allowed. Expand the positional parameters starting from 1. When the expansion occurs within double quote, it expands to a single word with the value of each parameter separated by the first character of the IFS special variables. That is, $* is equivalent to $1C, $2C, where C is the first character of the value of the IFS variable. If IFS is unset, the parameters are separated by spaces. If IFS is null, the parameters are joined with the intervening separators. Expand to the positional parameters starting from 1. When the expression occurs within double quotes, each parameter expands to a separate word that is equivalent to $1, $2 if the double quote expansion occurs within a word. The expansion of the first parameter is joined with the beginning part of the original word, and the expansion of the last parameter is joined with the last part of the original word. When there are no positional parameters, $@ and $@ expand to nothing, i.e. they are removed. Expand to the number of positional parameters in decimal. Expand to the status of the most recently executed foreground pipeline. Expand to the current option flags as specified upon invocation by the setBuiltin command or those set by the shell itself, such as the -i option. Expand to the process ID of the shell in a subshell. It expands to the process ID of the current shell, not the subshell. Expand to the process ID of the most recently executed background asynchronous command. Expand to the name of the shell or shell script. This is set at shell initialization. If bash is invoked with file command, $0 is set to the name of that file. If bash is started with -c option, then $0 is set to the first argument after the string to be executed if one is present. Otherwise, it is set to the file name used to invoke bash as given by argument 0. At shell startup, set to the absolute path name used to invoke the shell or shell script being executed as passes in the environment or argument list. Subsequently, expand to the last argument to the previous command after expansion. Also set to the full path name used to invoke each command executed and place in the environment exported to that command. When checking mail, this parameter holds the name of the mail file currently being checked. Shell variables. The following variables are set by the shell. Bash expand to the full file name used to invoke this instance of bash. An array variable whose values are number of parameters in each frame of the current bash execution call stack. The number of parameters to the current subroutine shell function script executed with dot or source is at the top of the stack. When the subroutine is executed, the number of parameters passed is pushed onto base bash argc. The shell set bash argc only when in extended debugging mode. See the description of the extend debug option to the shop written below. Bash an array variable containing all of the parameters in the current bash execution call stack. The final parameter of the last subroutine call is at the top of the stack. The first parameters of the initial call is at the bottom. When the subroutine is executed, the parameters supplied are pushed onto bash argv. The shell set bash argv only when in extended debugging mode. See description of the next debug option to the shop built-in below. Bash command. The command currently being executed or about to be executed unless the shell is executing a command as a result of a trap, in which case it is the command executing at the time of the trap. The command argument to the -c invocation option. An array variable whose members are the line numbers in source files corresponding to each member of func name. Bash line number $i is the line number in the source file where func name ifp was called. The corresponding source file name is bash source $i. Use line number to obtain the current line number. An array variable whose members are assigned by the equal to the binary operator to the conditional command. The element with index 0 is the portion of the string matching the entire regular expression. The element with index n is the portion of the string matching the end parenthesized sub-expression. This variable is read-only. An array variable whose members are the source file names corresponding to the element in the function array variable, incremented by 1 each time a subshell or subshell environment is found. The initial value is 0. Read-only array variable whose members hold the version information for this instance of bash. The value assigned to the array members are as follows. Bash info 0, the major version number, the release. Bash info 1, the minor version number, the version. Bash info 2, the patch level. Bash info 3, the build version. Bash version number 4, the release status, e.g. build 1. Bash info 5, the value of match type. Bash version expand to a string describing the version of this instance of bash. An index into comp word of the word containing the current cursor position. This variable is available only in shell function invoked by the programmable completion facility. See programmable completion below. The current command line. This variable is available only in shell functions and external command invoked by the programmable completion facility. See programmable completion below. The index of the current cursor position relative to the beginning of the current command. If the current cursor position is at the end of the current command, the value of this variable is equal to complying. This variable is available only in shell function and the external command invoked by the programmable completion facility. See programmable completion below. The set of characters that the readline library treat as word separated when performing word completion. If comp word break is unset, it loses its special properties even if it is subsequently reset. An array variable C array below, consisting of the individual word in the current command line. The word are split on shell meta characters as a shell parser would separate them. This variable is available only in shell functions invoked by programmable completion facilities. See programmable completion below. An array variable C arrays below containing the current contents of the directory stack. Directories appear in the stack in the order they are displayed by the deals built-in. Assigning to members of this array variable may be used to modify directories already in the stack, but the pushd and popd built-ins must be used to and remove directory. Assignment to this variable will not change the current directory. If the stack is unset, it loses its special properties even if it is subsequent reset. Expand to the effective user ID of the current user initialized at shell startup. This variable is read-only. An array variable containing the name of all shell functions currently in the execution call stack. The element with index 0 is the name of any currently executing shell function. The bottommost element is main. This variable exists only when the shell function is executing. Assignment to func name have no effect and return an error status. If func name is unset, it loses its special properties even if it is subsequently reset. An array variable containing the list of groups of which the current user is a member. Assignment to groups have no effect on return an error status. If the group is unset, it loses its special properties even if it is subsequently reset. The history number or index the history list of the current command. If hist command is unset, it loses its special properties even if it is subsequently reset. Automatically set to the name of the current host. Automatically set to a string that uniquely describes the type of machine on which bash is executing. The default is system dependent. Each time this parameter is referenced, the shell substitute a decimal number representing the current subsequential number, line number starting with 1 within a script or function. When not in a script or function, the value substituted is not guaranteed to be meaningful. If line number is unset, it loses its special properties even if it is subsequently reset. Automatically set to a string that fully describes the system type on which bash is executing. In the standard GNU CPU company system format, the default is system dependent. The previous working directory is set by the cd command. The value of the last option argument processed by the get option built-in command. See shell built-in command below. The index of the next argument to be processed by the get option built-in command. See shell built-in command below. Automatically set to string that describes the operating system on which bash is executing. The default is system dependent. An array variable C arrays below containing a list of exit status values from the processes in the most recently executed foreground pipeline, which may contain only a single command. The process ID of the shell parent. This variable is read-only. The current working directory as set by the cd command. Each time this parameter is referenced, a random integer between 0 and 32,767 is generated. The sequence of random numbers may be initialized by assigning a value to random. If random is unset, it loses its special properties, even if it is subsequently reset. Set to the line of input read by the read built-in command when no argument was supplied. Each time this parameter is referenced, the number of seconds since shell invocation is returned. If a value is assigned to second, the value returned upon subsequent references is the number of seconds since assignment plus the value assigned. If second is unset, it loses its special properties even if it is subsequently reset. A colon-separated list of never shell options. Each word in the list a valid argument for the hyphen option to the set built-in command. See shell built-in command below. The options appearing in shell opt are those reported as on by set hyphen. If this variable is in an environment when bash starts up, each shell option in the list will be enabled before reading any startup files. This variable is read-only, incremented by 1 each time an instance of bash is started.どこまで言ったっけ? Incremented by 1 each time an instance of bash is started. Expand to the user ID of the current user initialized at shell startup. This variable is read-only. The following variables are used by the shell. In some cases, bash assigns a default value to variable. These cases are noted below. If this parameter is set when bash is executing a shell script, its value is interpreted as a file name containing command to initialize the shell, as in tilde/bash_rc. The value of bash env is subjected to parameter expansion, command substitution, and arithmetic expansion before being interpreted as a file name. Pass is not used to search for the resultant file name. The search path for the cd command. This is colon-separated list of directories in which the shell looks for destination directories specified by the cd command. A sample value is used by the select built-in command to determine the terminal depth width when printing selection list, automatically set upon receipt of the sig winch. An array variable from which bash reads the possible completion generated by a shell function invoked by the programmable completion facility. See programmable completion below. If bash finds this variable in the environment when the shell starts with value t, it assumes that the shell is running in an Emacs shell buffer and disables line editing. The default editor for the fc built-in command. A colon-separated list of suffixes to ignore when performing file name completion. See readline below. A file name whose suffix matches one of the entries in fig nor is excluded from the list of matched file names a simple value is a colon separated list of patterns defining the set of file name to be ignored by path name expansion. If a file name matched by path name expansion patterns also matches one of the pattern is group ignore, it is removed from the list of matches. A colon separated list of value controlling how command are saved on the history list. If the list of value includes ignore space lines which begin with the space character not saved in the history list, a value of ignore dupes causes lines matching the previous history entry to not be saved. A value of ignore both is shorthand for ignore space and ignore dupes. A value of erase dupes causes all previous lines matching the current line to be removed from the history list before the line is saved. Any value not in the above list is ignored. If his control is unset or does not include a value, all lines read by the shell parser and are saved on the history list subject to the value of his ignore. The second and subsequent lines of a multi-line compound command are not tested and added to the history regardless of the value of his control. The name of the file in which command history is saved. See history below. The default value is tilde/search.bash history. If unset, the command history is not saved when an interactive shell exists. The maximum number of lines contained in the history file when this variable is assigned a value. A history file is truncated if necessary by removing the oldest entry to contain no more than that number of lines. The default value is 500. The history file is also truncated to this size after writing it when interactive shell exists. A colon separated list of patterns used to decide which command line should be saved on the history list. Each pattern anchored at the beginning of the line and must match the complete line. No implicit asterisk appended. Each pattern is tested against the line after the checks specified by history control are applied. In addition to the normal shell pattern matching characters and matches the previous history line and may be escaped using a backslash. The backslash is removed before attempting a match. The second and subsequent line of the multi-line compound command are not tested and added to history regardless of the value of history ignore. The number of command to remember in the command history, see history below. The default value is 500. If this variable is set and not null, its value is used as a format string for storing time 3 to print the timestamp associated with each history entry displayed by the history built-in. If this variable is set, timestamps are written to the history file so they may be preserved across shell sessions. The home directory of the current user, the default argument for the cd built-in command. The value of this variable is also used when performing tilde expansion. Contains the name of a file in the same format as /etc/host that should be read when the shell needs to complete the host name. The list of possible hostname completion may be changed while the shell is running. The next time hostname completion is attempted after the value is changed, bash add the content of the new file to existing list. If host file is set but has no value, bash attempt to read /etc /host to obtain the list of possible hostname completion. When host file is unset, the hostname list in cleared. The internal field separator that is used for word splitting after expansion to split line into word with the read built-in command. The default value is spaced out new line. controls the action of an interactive shell on receive of an EOF character as a solo input. If set, the value is the number of consecutive EOF characters which must be typed as the first characters on an input line before bash exit. If the variable exit but does not have a numeric value or has no value, the default value is 10. If it does not exist, EOF signifies the end of input to the shell. The file name for the read and startup file, overriding the default of tutor/.input RCC read line below, used to determine the local category for any category not specifically selected with a variable starting with LC underbar. This variable overrides the value of lang and any other LC under variable specifying a local category. This variable determines the correlation also used when sorting the result of parsname expansion, determine the behavior of range expression, equivalence classes, and correlating subsequent within parsname expansion pattern matching. This variable determines the interpretation of characters and the behavior of character classes within parsname expansion and pattern matching. This variable determines the local used to translate double-quoted strings processed by a dollar. This variable determines the local category used for number formatting, used by the select built-in command to determine the column length for printing selection list automatically set upon receipt of SIG-winch. If this parameter is set to a file name and the mail path variable is not set, bash informs the user of the arrival of mail in the specified file. Specifies or how often in seconds bash checks for mail. The default is 16 seconds. When it is time to check for mail, the shell does so before displaying the primary prompt. If this variable is unset or set to a value that is not a number greater than or equal to 0, the shell disables mail checking. A colon-separated list of file names to be checked for mail. The message to be printed when mail arrives in a particular file may be specified by separating the file name from the message with a question. When using the text of the message, $_expand to the name of the current mail file, example, blah blah blah. Bash supplies a default value for this variable, but the location of the user mail files that it uses is system dependent, e.g. /var /mail $user. If set to the value 1, bash displays error messages generated by the get option built-in command. See shell built-in command below. Opt error is initialized to 1 each time the shell is invoked or a shell script is executed. The search path for commands, it is colon-separated list of directories in which the shell looks for commands. See command execution below. A zero-length null directory name in the value of path indicates the current directory. A null directory name may appear as two adjustment colons or as an initial or trailing colon. The default path is system dependent and is set by the administrator who installs bash. A common value is /user/gnu/bin /user/locals/bin /user/ucb /bin/user/bin. If this variable is in the environment when bash starts, the shell enters POSIX mode before reading the startup files as if the -POSIX invocation option had been supplied. If it is set while the shell is running, bash enables POSIX mode, as if the command set -POSIX had been executed. If set, the value is executed as command prior to issuing each primary prompt. The value of this parameter expands the prompting below and uses as a primary prompt string. The default value is blah blah. The value of this parameter is expanded as with PS1 and used the secondary prompt string. The default is blah blah blah. The value of this parameter is used as the prompt for the select command T shell grammar above. The value of this parameter is expanded as is PS1 and the value is printed before each command burst is pressed during an execution trace. The first character of PS4 is replicated multiple times as necessary to indicate multiple levels of indirection. The default is blah blah blah. The full path name to shell is kept in this environment variable. If it is not set when the shell start but assigned to it the full path name of the current user's login shell. The value of this parameter is used as a format string specifying how the timing information for pipeline prefixed with the time reserved word should be displayed. The % character introduces an escape sequence that is expanded to a time value or other information. The escape sequence and their meanings are as follows. The braces denote optional portions. A literal %, PL are the elapsed time in second, %PLU, the number of CPU seconds spent in the user mode, %PLS, the number of CPU seconds spent in system mode, %P, the CPU percentage computed as %D plus %S over %R. The optional P is a digit specifying the precision, the number of fractional digit after decimal point. A value of 0 causes no decimal point or fraction to be output. At most 3 places after the decimal point may be specified. Value of p greater than 3 are changed to 3. If p is not specified, the value 3 is used. The optional L specifies a longer format, including minutes of the form mmss.ff S dot. The value of p determines whether or not the fraction is included. If this variable is not set, bash acts as if it had the value blah blah blah. If the value is null, no timing information is displayed. A trailing new line is added when the format string is displayed. If set a value greater than 0, out is treated as the default timeout for the rebooting. The select command terminates if input does not arrive after out second when input is coming from the terminal. In an interactive shell, the value is interrupted as a number of seconds to wait for input after issuing the primary prompt. Bash terminates after waiting for that number of seconds if input does not arrive. If set, bash uses its value as the name of a directory in which bash creates temporary files for the shell's use. This variable controls how the shell interact with the user and job control. If this variable is set, single word simple command without redirection are treated as candidate for resumption of an existing stop job. There's no ambiguity allowed. If there is more than one job beginning with the string type, the job most recently accessed is selected. The name of a stop job in this context is a command line used to start it. If set to the value exact, the string supplies must match the name of the stop job exactly. If set to substring, the string supplied need to match a substring of the name of a stop job. The substring value provides functionality analogous to the % question. Job identifier, see job control below. If set to any other value, the supply string must be a prefix of a stop job's name. This provides functionality analogous to the person string job identifier. The 2 or 3 characters which control history expansion and tokenization. See history expansion below. The first character is the history expansion character, the character which signals the start of a history expansion normally explanation. The second character is a quick substitution character, which is used as shorthand for rerunning the previous command into substituting one string for another in the command. The default is hat. The optional character is the character which indicates that the remainder of the line is a comment when found as a first character of the word, normally sharp. The history comment character causes history substitution to be skipped for the remaining word on the line. It does not necessarily cause the shell parser to treat the rest of the line as a comment. Arrays. Bash provides one-dimensional array variables. Any variable may be used as an array. The declarer built-in will explicitly declare an array. There's no maximum limit of the size of an array, nor any requirement that member be indexed or assigned contiguously. Arrays are indexed using integers and zero-based. An array is created automatically if any variable is assigned using the syntax name subscript equals value. The subscript is treated as an arithmetic expression that must evaluate to a number greater than or equal to 0. To explicitly declare an array, use declare-a name C# built-in command below. Declare-a name subscript is also accepted. The subscript is ignored. Attribute may be specified for an array variable using the declare and read-only built-in. Each attribute applies to all members of an array. Arrays are assigned to using compound assignment of the form name equal value and value n, where which value is of the form subscript equals string. Only string is required. If the optional bracket and subscript are supplied, that index is assigned to. Otherwise, the index of the element assigned is the last index assigned to by the statement +1. Indexing start at 0. This syntax is also accepted by the declare built-in. Individual array element may be assigned to using the name subscript equal value syntax introduced above. Any element of an array may be referenced using $name subscript. The braces are required to avoid conflict with path-name expansion. If subscript is at or asterisk, the word expand to or member of name. This subscript differ only when the word appears within double quote. If the word is double quoted, $name asterisk expand to single word with the value of each array member separated by the first character of the IFS special variable, and $name expand each element of name to a separate word. When there are no array members, $name expand to nothing. If the double-quoted expansion occurs within a word, the expansion of the first parameter is joined with the beginning part of the original word, and the expansion of the last parameter is joined with the last part of the original word. This is analogous to the expansion of the special parameters asterisk and at see special parameter above. $sharp name subscript expand to the length of $name subscript. If subscript is asterisk or at, the expansion is the number of elements in the array. Referencing an array variable with a subscript is equivalent to referencing element 0. The unset built-in is used to display arrays. Unset name subscript displays the array element at index subscript. Care must be taken to avoid unwanted side effects caused by file name generation. Unset name, where name is an array, or unset name subscript, where subscript is asterisk or at, removes the entire array. The declare local and read-only between each accept a -a option to specify an array. The read between accept a -a option to assign a list of word read from standard input to an array. The set and declare between display array values in a way that allows them to be reused as assignment. Expansion. Expansion is performed on the command line after it has been split into word. There are 7 kinds of expansion performed: brace expansion, tilde expansion, parameter and variable expansion, command substitution, arithmetic expansion, word splitting, and path-name expansion. The order of expansion is brace expansion, tilde expansion, parameter variable, and arithmetic expansion and command substitution, done in left to right fashion. Word splitting and path-name expansion. On systems that can support it, there is an additional expansion available: process substitution. Only brace expansion, word splitting, and path-name expansion can change the number of words of the expansion, while other expansions expand a single word to a single word. The only exception to this are the expansions of Java art and Java name art as explained above. See parameters. Brace expression. Brace expansion is a mechanism by which arbitrary strings may be generated. This mechanism is similar to path-name expansion, but file name generated need to not exist. Patterns to be brace extended take the form of an optional preamble followed by either a series of comma separated strings or sequence expression between a pair of braces followed by an optional postscript. The preamble is prefixed to each string contained within the braces, and the postscript is then appended to each resulting string, expanding left to the right. Brace expansions may be nested. The result of each expanded string are not sorted left to right, or the order is preserved. For example, A, D, C, B, E expand into A, D, E, A, C, E, A, B, E. A sequence expression takes the form x dot y, where x and y are either integer or single characters. When integers are supplied, the expression expand to each number between x and y inclusive. When characters are supplied, the expression expand to each character lexicographically between x and y inclusive. Note that both x and y must be of the same type. Brace expansion is performed before any other expansions, and any characters special to other expansions are preserved in the result. It is strictly textual, but does not apply any syntactic interpretation to the context of the expansion or the text between the braces. A correctly formed brace expansion must contain unquoted opening and closing braces and at least one unquoted comma or valid sequence expression. Any incorrectly formed brace expansion is left unchanged, or may be quoted with a backslash to prevent it being considered part of the brace expression. To avoid conflict with parameter expansion, the string is not considered eligible for brace expansion. This construct is typically used as shorthand when the common prefix of the strings to be generated is longer than in the above example. mkdir/user/local/source/path/old new dist bugs or chroot/user/ucb/ex edit leave/ex question dot question asterisk how ex. Brace expansion introduces slight incompatibility with historical versions of SH. SH does not treat opening or closing braces, especially when they appear as part of a word, and preserves them in the output, but removes braces from words as a consequence of brace expansion. For example, a word entered to SH as file12 appears identically in the output. The same word is output as file1 after expansion by bash. If strict compatibility with SH is desired, start bash with the +B option or disable brace expansion with the +B option to the set command. See shell built-in command below. Tilde expansion. If it begins with an unquoted tilde character, all of the characters preceding the first unquoted slash or all characters, if there is no unquoted slash, are considered as a tilde prefix. If none of the characters in the tilde prefix are quoted, a character in the tilde prefix following the tilde are treated as a possible login name. If this login name is a null string, the tilde is replaced with the value of the shell parameter home. If home is unset, the home directory of the user excluding the shell is substituted instead. Otherwise, the tilde prefix is replaced with the home directory associated with the specified login name. If the tilde prefix is a tilde plus, the value of the shell variable PWD replaces the tilde prefix. If the tilde prefix is a tilde hyphen, the value of the shell variable or PWD, if it is set, is substituted. If the characters following the tilde in the tilde prefix consist of number and optionally prefixed by a plus or a hyphen, the tilde prefix is replaced with the corresponding element from the directory stack, as it would be displayed by the ds built-in invoked with the tilde prefix as an argument. If the characters following the tilde in the tilde prefix consist of a number without the leading plus or minus, plus is assumed. If the login name is invalid or the tilde expansion fails, the word is unchanged. Each variable assignment is checked for unquoted tilde prefixes immediately following a colon or the first equals. In these cases, tilde expansion is also performed. Consequently, one may use file name with tilde in assignment to pass, mail pass, and cd pass, and the shell assign the expanded value. Parameter expansion. The dollar character introduces parameter expansion, command substitution, or arithmetic expansion. The parameter name or symbol to be expanded may be enclosed in braces which are optional but serve to expansion. The value of a parameter is substituted. The braces are required when parameter is a positional parameter with more than one digit, or when parameter is followed by a character which is not to be interrupted as part of its name. If the first character of parameter is exclamation point, a level of variable in the direction is introduced. Bash uses the value of the variable formed from the rest of parameter as the name of the variable. This variable is then expanded, and that value is used in the rest of the substitution rather than the value of parameter itself. This is known as indirect expansion. The exceptions to this are the expansion of dollar braces exclamation prefix asterisk and dollar exclamation name at describes the below. The exclamation point must immediately follow the left brace in order to introduce indirection. In each of the cases below, word is subject to tilde expansion, parameter expansion, common substitution, and arithmetic expansion. When not performing substring expansion, where bash test for parameter that is unset or null. Omitting the column result in a test only for a parameter that is unset. Use default values if parameter is unset or null. The expansion of word is substituted. Otherwise, the value of parameter is substituted. Assign default value if parameter is unset or null. The expansion of word is assigned to parameter. The value of parameter is then substituted. Positional parameter and special parameters may not be assigned to in this way. Display error if null or unset. If parameter is null or unset, the expansion of word or a message to that effect with word is not present is written to the standard error and the shell. If it is not interactive, exit. Otherwise, the value of parameter is substituted. Use alternate value. If parameter is null or unset, nothing is substituted. Otherwise, the expansion of word is substituted. Substring expansion. Expand to up to length characters of parameter starting at the character specified by offset. If length is omitted, expand to the substring of parameter starting at the character specified by offset. Length and offset are arithmetic expressions. See arithmetic evaluation below. Length must evaluate to a number greater than or equal to 0. If offset evaluate to a number less than 0, the value is used as an offset from the end of the value of parameter. If parameter is at, the result is length positional parameters beginning at offset. If parameter is an array name indexed by at or asterisk, the result is the length members of the array beginning with parameter offset. A negative offset is taken relative to 1 greater than the maximum index of the specified array. Note that a negative offset must be separated from the column by at least one space to avoid being confused with colon hyphen expansion. Substring indexing is zero-based unless positional parameters are used, in which cases indexes start at 1. Expand to the name of variables whose names begin with prefix separated by the fourth character of the IFS special variable. If name is an array variable, expand to the list of array indices keys assigned in name. If name is not an array, expand to 0 if name is set and null otherwise. When at is used and the expansion appears within double quotes, H key expand to a separated word. The length in characters of the value of parameter is substituted. If parameter is asterisk or at, the value substituted is the number of positional parameters. If parameter is an array name subscripted by asterisk or at, the value substituted in the number of elements in the array. The word is expanded to produce a pattern just as in path-name expansion. If the pattern matches the beginning of the value of parameter, then the result of the expansion is the expanded value of parameter with the shortest matching pattern, the sharp case, or the longest matching pattern, the sharp case deleted. If parameter is at or asterisk, the pattern removal operation is applied to each positional parameter in turn, and the expansion is the resultant list. If parameter is an array variable subscripted with at or asterisk, the pattern removal operation is applied to each member of the array in turn, and the expansion is the resultant list. The word is expanded to produce a pattern just as in parsname expansion. If the pattern matches a trailing portion of the expanded value of a parameter, then the result of the expansion is expanded value of parameter with the shortest matching pattern, or the longest matching pattern deleted. If parameter is at or asterisk, the pattern removal operation is applied to each positional parameter in turn, and the expansion is the resultant list. If parameter is an array variable subscripted with at or asterisk, the pattern removal operation is applied to each member of the array in turn, and the expansion is the resultant list. The pattern is expanded to produce a pattern just as in parsname expansion. Parameter is expanded and the longest match of pattern against its value is replaced with string. If I pattern begins with slash or matches of pattern are replaced with string, normally only the first match is replaced. If pattern begins with sharp, it must match as the beginning of the expanded value of parameter. If pattern begins with %, it must match at the end of the expanded value of a parameter. If string is null, matches of pattern deleted and the slash following pattern may be omitted. If parameter is at or asterisk, the substitution operation is applied to each positional parameter in turn, and the expansion is the resultant list. If parameter is an array variable subscripted with at or asterisk, the substitution operation is applied to each member of the array in turn, and the expansion is the resultant list. Command substitution allows the output of a command to replace the command name. There are two forms. Bash performs the expansion by executing command and replacing the command substitution with the standard output the command, with any trailing new lines deleted. Embedded new lines are not deleted, but they may be removed during word splitting. The command substitution $cat file can be replaced by equivalent but faster when the other side backward form of substitution is used. \retain its literal meaning except when followed by $, and or \, the first backward not preceded by a \, terminate the command substitution. When using the direct command form, all characters between the parentheses make up command none are treated specially. Command substitution may be nested to nest when using the backquoted form. Escape the inner backquotes with backslashes. If the substitution appears within double quotes, word splitting and parsname expansion are not performed on the result. Arithmetic expansion allows the evaluation of an arithmetic expression and the substitution of the result. The format for arithmetic expansion is the expression is treated as if it were within double quotes, but the double quote inside the parentheses is not treated specially. Our token in the expression undergo parameter expansion, string expansion, command substitution, and record removal. Arithmetic expansions may be nested. The evaluation is performed according to the rules listed below under arithmetic evaluation. If expression is invalid, bash print a message indicating failure and no substitution occurs. Process substitution is supported on systems that support named pipes, FIFOs, or the /dev/fd method of naming open files. It takes the form of list or list. The process list is run with its input or output connected to a FIFO or some file in /dev/fd. The name of this file is passes as an argument to the current command as the result of the expansion. If the list form is used, writing to the file will provide input for list. If the list form is used, the file passes as an argument should be read to obtain the output of list. When available, process substitution is performed simultaneously with parameter and variable expansion, command substitution, and arithmetic expansion. The shell scans the result of parameter expansion, command substitution, and arithmetic expansion that did not occur within double quotes for word splitting. The shell treats each character of IFS as a delimiter and split the result of the other expansions into words on these characters. If IFS is unset or its value is exactly spaced out new line, the default, then any sequence of ISS characters serves to delimit word. If ISS has a value other than default, then sequences of the white space, character space, and tab are ignored at the beginning and end of the word as long as the white space character is in the value of IFS and IFS white space character. Any character in IFS that is not IFS that white space, along with any adjacent IFS white space characters delimit a field. A sequence of IFS whitespace characters is also treated as a delimiter. If the value of ISS is null, no word splitting occurs. Explicit null arguments are retained. Unquoted implicit null argument resulting from the expansion of parameters that have no value are removed. If a parameter with no value is expanded within double quotes, a null argument result and is retained. Note that if no expansion occurs, no splitting is performed. After word splitting, unless the "-f option has been set, bash scans each word for the character asterisk question and bracket. If one of these characters appears, then the word is regarded as a pattern and replaced with an alphabetically sorted list of the name matching the pattern. If no matching file names are found and the shell option null group is disabled, the word is left unchanged. If the null group option is set and matches are found, a word is removed. If the fail group shell option is set and no matches are found, an error message is printed and the command is not executed. If the shell option no case group is enabled, the match is performed without regard to the case of alphabetic characters. When the pattern is used for parsname expansion, the character at the start of the name or immediately following the slash must be matched explicitly unless the shell option .grab is set. When matching a pathname, the slash character must always be matched explicitly. In other case, the character is not treated specially. See the description of sharp below and the shell built-in command for description of the no case group, null group, fail group, and .group shell options. The globe ignore shell variable may be used to restrict the set of file names matching a pattern. If globe ignore is set, each matching file name that also matches one of the patterns in globe ignore is removed from the list of matches. The file names and are always ignored when globe ignore is set and not null. However, setting globe ignore to a non-null value has the effect of enabling the .grab shell option, so all other file names beginning with the dot will match. To get the old behavior of ignoring file names beginning with the dot, make .asterisk one the patterns in globe ignore. The .grab option is disabled when globe ignore is unset. Pattern matching. Any character that appears in a pattern other than the Special pattern matching described below matches itself. The null character may not occur in the pattern. A backslash escapes the following character. The escaping backslash is discarded when matching. The special pattern characters must be quoted if they are to be matched regularly. The special pattern characters have the following meanings. Matches any string, including the null string. Matches any single character. Matches any one of the enclosed characters. A pair of characters separated by a hyphen denote a range expression. Any character that should sort between those two characters, inclusive using the current local's correlating sequence and character set is matched. If the first character following is an expression or hat, then any character not enclosed is matched. The sorting order of characters in range expression is determined by the current local and the value of the LC correlate shell variable. If set, a hyphen may be matched by including it as first or last character in the set. May be matched by including it as the first character in the set. Within and character classes can be specified using a syntax class where class is one of the following classes defined in the POSIX standard. Adam, alpha, ASCII, blank, control, digit, graph, lower, print, function, space, upper word, x digit are character class matches and character belonging to that class. The word character class matches letters, digit, and the character underscore. Within an equivalence class can be specified using a syntax which matches all characters with the same correlation weight as defined by current local as a character C. Within the syntax symbol matches the correlating symbol. If the Xcode option is enabled using the shop within subroutine, extended pattern matching operators are recognized in the following description. A pattern list is a list of one or more patterns separated by a pipe. Composite patterns may be formed using one or more of the following subpatterns. Matches there on one occurrence of the given parameter given patterns. Matches there or more occurrence of the given pattern. Matches one or more occurrences of the given pattern. Matches one of the given pattern. Matches anything except one of the given pattern. Quote removal after the preceding expansion or unquoted occurrences of the character backslash single quote and double quote that did not result from of the above expansions are removed. Redirection. Before a command is executed, its input and output may be redirected using a special notation interpreted by the shell. Redirection may also be used to open and close file for the current shell execution environment. The following redirection operators may precede or appear anywhere within a simple command or may follow a command. Redirections are processed in the order they appear from left to right. In the following descriptions, if the file descriptor number is omitted and the first character of the redirection operator is the redirection refers to the standard input file descriptor 0. If the first character of the redirection operator is the redirection refers to the standard output file descriptor 1. The word following the redirection operator in the following descriptions, unless otherwise noted, is subjected to brace expansion. substitute expansion, parameter expansion, command substitution, arithmetic expansion, quote removal, parsname expansion, and word splitting. If we expand to more than one word, Bash report an error. Note that the order of redirection is significant. For example, the command ls direct both standard output and standard error to the file direct, while the command directs only the standard output to file direct because standard error was duplicated as standard output before the standard output was redirected to direct. Bash handles several file names, especially when they are used in redirection as we describe in the following table. If fd is a valid number, valid integer file descriptor fd is duplicated, file descriptor 0 is duplicated, file descriptor 1 is duplicated, file descriptor 2 is duplicated. If host is a valid hostname, its internet address and port is an integer port number or service name, bash attempt to open a TCP connection to the corresponding socket. If host is a valid host name or internet access and port is an integer port number or service name, bash attempt to open a UDP connection to the corresponding socket. A failure to open or create a file causes the redirection to fail. Redirection using file descriptors greater than 9 should be used with care, as they may conflict with descriptors method shell uses internally. Redirection input. Redirection of input causes the file whose name result from the expansion word to be opened for reading on file descriptor n or the standard input file descriptor 0 if n is not specified. The general format for redirecting input is redirecting output. Redirection of output causes the file whose name result from the expansion word to be opened for writing on file descriptor n or the standard output file descriptor 1 if n is not specified. If the file does not exist, it is created. If it does exist, it is truncated to 0 size. The general format for redirecting output is if the redirection operator is and the no-global option to the set built-in has been enabled. The redirection will fail if the file whose name result from the expansion of word exists and is a regular file. If the redirection operator is or the redirection operator is and no global option to the set built-in command is not enabled, the redirection is attempted even if the file name by word exists. Appending redirected output. Redirection of output in this fashion causes file whose name result from the expansion word to be open for appending on file descriptor and or the standard output if n is not specified. If the file does not exist, it is created. The general format for appending output is redirecting standard output and standard error. Bash allows both the standard output and the standard error output to be redirected to the file whose name is expansion word with this construct. There are two formats for redirecting standard output and standard error. Of the two forms, the first is preferred. This is semantically equivalent to this. Here, document. This type of redirection instructs the shell to read input from the current source until a line containing only word with no trailing blanks is seen. All of the lines lead up to that point are then used as a standard input for a command. The format of here document is no parameter expansion, command substitution, arithmetic expansion, or parsname expansion is performed on word. If any characters in word are quoted, the delimiter is the result of quote removal on word, and the lines in the here document are not expanded. If word is unquoted, or lines of the here document are subjected to the parameter expansion, command substitution, and arithmetic expansion. In the latter case, the character sequence backslash new line is ignored, and backslash must be used to quote the character backslash and barcode. If the redirection redirection operator is this, then all leading tab characters are stripped from input lines and the line containing the limiter. This allows here documents within shell script to be indented in a natural fashion. Here strings are variant of here documents. The format is this. The word is expanded and supplied to the command on its standard input, duplicating file descriptors. The redirection operator is used to duplicate input file descriptor. If word expands to one or more digits, the file descriptor denoted by n is made to be a copy of that file descriptor. If the digit in word do not specify the file descriptor open for input or redirection error occurs. If word evaluates to hyphen file descriptor n is closed. If n is not specified, the standard input is used. The operator is used similarly to duplicate output file descriptors. If n is not specified, the standard output is used. If the digit in word do not specify a file descriptor open for output, a redirection error occurs. As a special case, if n is omitted and the word does not expand to one or more digits, the standard output and standard error are redirected as described previously. Moving file descriptor. The redirection operator moves the file descriptor digit to file descriptor n, or the standard input if n is not specified. Digit is closed after being duplicated to n. Similarly, this redirection operator moves the file descriptor digit to file descriptor n, or the standard output if n is not specified. Opening file descriptors for reading and writing. The redirection operator causes the file whose name is the expansion of word to be opened for both reading and writing on file descriptor n, or on file descriptor 0 if n is not specified. If the file does not exist, it is created. Aliases. Aliases allow a string to be substituted for a word when it is used as the first word of a simple command. The shell maintains a list of aliases that may be set and unset with the alias and unalias built-in command. See shell built-in commands below. The first word of each simple command, if unquoted, is checked to see if it has an alias. If so, that word is replaced by the text of the alias. The characters slash, dollar, barcode, and equals, and any of the shell meta characters or quoting character listed above may not appear in an alias name. The replacement text may contain any valid shell input, including shell meta characters. The first word of the replacement text is tested in aliases, but a word that is identical to an alias being expanded is not expanded a second time. This means that one may alias ls to ls-f, for instance, and bash does not try to recursively expand the replacement text. If the last character of the alias value is a blank, then the next command word following the alias is also chunked for alias expansion. Aliases are created and listed with the alias command and removed with an alias command. There is no mechanism for using arguments in the replacement text. If arguments are needed, a shell function should be used. Aliases are not expanded when the shell is not interactive unless the expand aliases shell option is using shopped. The rules concerning the definition and use of aliases are somewhat confusing. Bash always read at least one complete line of input before executing any of the command on that line. Aliases are expanded when the command is read, not when it is executed. Therefore, an alias definition appearing on the same line as another command does not take effect until the next line of input is read. The command following the alias definition on that line are not affected by the new alias. This behavior is also issued when functions are executed. Aliases are expanded when the function definition is read, not when the function is executed because of function definition itself a command. As a consequence, aliases defined in a function are not available until after the function is executed. To be safe, always put alias definition in a separate line and do not use alias in compound command. For almost every purpose, aliases are superseded by shell functions. Functions. A shell function defined as described above under shell grammar. Stores a series of commands for later execution. When the name of a shell function is used, a simple command name, the list of commands associated with the function name is executed. Functions are executed in the context of the current shell. No new process is created to interpret them. Contrast with this with the execution of a shell script. When the function is executed, the argument to the function become the positional parameters during its execution. The special parameter shall be updated to reflect the change. Special parameter 0 is unchanged. The first element of the func name variable is set to the name of the function while the function is executing. All other aspects of the shell execution environment are identical between function is its caller with the exception that the debug and return traps are not inherited unless the function has been given the trace attribute or the -o func trace shell option has been enabled with a set built-in. Variables local to the function may be declared with the local built-in command. Ordinarily, variables and their values are shared between the function and its caller. If the built-in command return is executed in a function, the function complete and execution resumes with the next command after the function call. Any command associated with the return trap is executed before the execution resumes. When a function completes, the value of the positional parameters and the special parameters shall be restored to the values they had prior to the function's execution. Function names and definition may be listed with the -f option to the declare or typeset built-in command. The -f option to declare the typeset will list the function name only, and optionally the source file and line number if the xdebug shell option is enabled. Functions may be exported so that subshells automatically have them defined with -f option to the export built-in. A function definition may be deleted using the -f option to the unset built-in. Note that shell function and variable with the same name may result in multiple identically named entries in the environment passed to the shell children. Care should be taken in cases where this may cause a problem. Functions may be recursive. No limit is imposed on the number of recursive calls. ちょっと休憩します。Arithmetic evaluation. The shell allows arithmetic expression to be evaluated under certain circumstances. See the red and the clear between command and arithmetic expansion. Evaluation is done in fixed with integers with no check for overflow. So division by 0 is trapped and flagged as an error. The operators and their precedence associatively and values are the same as in the C language. The following list of operators is grouped into levels of equal precedence operators. The levels are listed in order decreasing precedence. variable post-increment and post-decrement, variable pre-increment and pre-decrement, binary minus and plus, logical and bitwise negation, exponentiation, multiplication, division, remainder, addition, subtraction, left and right bitwise shift, comparison, equality and inequality, bitwise and bitwise exclusive or bitwise or bit logical, analogical or conditional operator, assignment, comma. Shell variables are allowed as operand parameter expansion is performed before the expression is evaluated within an expression. Shell variables may also be referenced by name without using the parameter expansion syntax. A shell variable that is null or unset but evaluated to 0 when referenced by name without using the parameter expansion syntax. The value of the variable is evaluated as an arithmetic expression when it is referenced, or the variable which has been given the integer attribute using degree -I is assigned a value. A null value evaluated to 0. A shell variable need not have its integer attribute turned on to be used is in an expression. Constant with a leading 0 are interpreted as octal numbers. A leading 0x or 0x denote hexadecimal. Otherwise, number takes form base of n, where base is decimal number between 2 and 64, representing the arithmetic base, and n is a number in that base. If base is omitted, then base 10 is used. The digits greater than 9 are represented by the lowercase letters, the uppercase letters, at and underscore in that order. If base is less than equal to 36, lowercase and uppercase letters may be used interchangeably to represent number between 10 and 35. Operators are evaluated in order of precedence. Sub-expressions in parentheses are evaluated first and may override the precedence rules above. Conditional expressions. Conditional expressions are used by the compound command and test and built-in command to testify attribute and perform string and arithmetic comparisons. Expressions are formed from the following unary or binary primaries if any file argument to one of the primaries is of the form /def/fd/n, then file descriptor n is checked if the file argument to one of the primaries is one of /dev/stdin, /dev/stdout, or /dev/stderror. File descriptor 0, 1, or 2 respectively is checked. Unless otherwise specified, primaries that operate on files follow symbolic links and operate on target of the link rather than the link itself. -file true if file exists. -file true if file exists and is a block specifier. -file true if file exists and is a character specifier. -file true if file exists and is a directory. -file true if file exists. -file true if file exists and is a regular file. -file true if file exists and is set group ID. -file true if file exists and is a symbolic link. -file true if file exists and its sticky bit is set. -p file true is file exists and if named pi54. -o file true if file exists and is readable. -s file true if file exists and has a size greater than 0. -t file -fd true if file descriptor fd is open and refers to a terminal. -u file true if file exists and its set user ID bit is set. -w file true if file exists and it's writable. -x file true if file exists and is executable. -o file true if file exists and is owned by the effective user ID. -g file true if file exists and is owned by the effective group ID. -l file true if file exists and is a symbolic link. -s file true if file exists and is a socket. -n file true if file exists and has been modified since it was last read. File1 -nt file2 true if file1 is newer according to modification date than file2, or if file1 exists and file2 does not. File1 -ot file2 true if file1 is older than file2, or if file2 exists and file1 does not. File1 -ef file2 true if file1 and file2 refer to the same device and inode numbers. -o option name true if shell option name is enabled. See the list of options and the description of the -o option to the set built-in below. -z string true if the length of string is 0. String -n string true if the length of string is non-zero. String 1 equals string 2. True if the strings are equal. Equal may be used in place of equal for strict POSIX compliance. String 1 not equal string 2. True if the strings are not equal. String string 1 less than string 2. True if string 1 sought before string 2 lexicographically in the current locale. String 1 greater than string 2. True if string 1 sought after string 2 lexicographically in the current locale. arg1 op arg2 op is one of -eq -ne -lj -gt or -ge. These arithmetic binary operators return true if arg1 is equal to, not equal to, less than or equal to, greater than or equal to arg2 respectively. arg1 and arg2 may be positive or negative integers. Simple command expansion. When a simple command is executed, the shell performs the following expansion, assignment, and redirection from left to right. 1. The word that the parser has marked as variable assignment, those preceding the command name and redirections are saved for later processing. 2. The words that are not variable assignments or redirection are expanded. If any word remain after expansion, the first word is taken to be the name of the command and the remaining word are the argument. 3. Redirections are performed as described above, and the redirection for the text after equal in each variable assignment undergoes to the expansion, parameter expansion, command substitution, arithmetic expansion, and quote one before being assigned to the variable shell. If no command name result, the variable assignment affect the current shell environment. Otherwise, the variable are added to environment of the executed command and not affect the current shell environment. If any of the assignment attempt to assign a value to read-only variable, an error occurs and the command exits with a non-zero status. If no command name result, redirection are performed but do not affect the current shell environment. A redirection error causes the command to exit with a non-zero status. If there is command name left after expansion, execution proceeds as described below. Otherwise, the command exits. If one of the expansion contained command substitution, the exit status of the command is the exit status of the last command substitution performed. If there were no command substitution, the command exits with a status of 0. Command execution after a command has been split into words. If it results in a simple command and an optional list of arguments, the following actions are taken. If the command name contains no slashes, the shell attempts to locate it. If there exists a shell function by that name, that function is invoked as described above in functions. If the name does not match a function, the shell searches for it in the list of shell built-ins. If a match is found, the built-in is invoked. If the name is neither a shell function nor a built-in and contains no slashes, bash searches each element of the path for a directory containing an executable file by that name. Bash uses a hash table to remember the full path name of executable files. A full search of the directories in path is performed only if the command is not found in the hash table. If the search is unsuccessful, the shell prints an error message and returns an exit status of 127. If the search is successful, or if the command name contains one or more slashes, the shell executes the named program in a separate execution environment. Argument 0 is set to the name given and the remaining argument to the command are set to the argument given if any. If this execution fails because the file is not executable format and the file is not a directory, it is assumed to be a shell script, a file containing shell command. A subshell is spawned to execute it. This subshell reinitializes itself so that the effect is as if a new shell had been invoked to handle the script, with the exception that the location of command remembered by the parent are retained by the child. If the program is file beginning with Shiban, the remainder of the first line specifies the interpreter for the program. The shell executes the specified interpreter on operating systems that do not handle this executable format themselves. The argument to the interpreter consists of a single optional argument following the interpreter name on the first line of program, followed by the name of the program, followed by the command argument if any. Common execution environment. The shell has an execution environment which consists of the following: open files inherited by the shell are invocations modified by redirections applied to the exec built-in. The current working directory as set by cd, pushd, or popd, or inherited by the shell at invocation. The file creation mode mask as set by umask or inherited from the shell's parent. Current traps set by trap. Shell parameters that are set by variable assignment or with set or inherited from the shell's parent in the environment. Shell functions defined during execution or inherited from the shell's parent in the environment. Options enabled at invocation or by set. Option enabled by shopped. Shell alias is defined with alias. Various process IDs, including those of background jobs, the value of $$ and the value of $pp_id. When a simple command other than a built-in or a shell function is to be executed, it is invoked in a separate execution environment that consists of the following. Unless otherwise noted, the values are inherited from the shell. The shell's open file plus any modification and addition specified by redirection to the command. The current working directory, the file creation mode mask, shell variables and function marked for export along with variables exported for the command passed in the environment. Traps called by shell are reset to the values inherited from the shell's parent, and trap ignored by shell ignored. A command invoked in this separate environment cannot affect the shell execution environment. Command substitution, command grouped with parentheses, and asynchronous command invoked in the subshell environment that is duplicate of the shell environment, except that traps caught by the shell are reset to the values that the shell inherited from its parent at invocation. Built-in commands that are invoked as a part of a pipeline are also executed in subshell environment. Changes made to the subshell environment cannot affect the shell's execution environment. If a command is followed by and the job control is not active, the default standard input for the command is the empty file /dev/no. Otherwise, the invoked command inherits the file descriptors of the calling shell as modified by redirection. Environment. When a program is invoked, it is given an array of string called environment. This is a list of name-value pairs of the form name equal value. The shell provides several ways to manipulate the environment. On invocation, the shell scans it to its own environment and creates a parameter for each name found, automatically marking it for export to child processes. Executed command inherit the environment. The export and declare-x command allow parameters and the function to be added to and deleted from the environment. If the value of a parameter in the environment is modified, the new value becomes part of the environment, replacing the old. The environment inherited by any executed command consists of the shell initial environment, whose values may be modified in the shell less any pairs removed by unset command plus any addition via export and declare-x command. The environment for any simple command or function may be augmented temporarily by prefixing it with parameter assignment as described above in parameters. These assignment statements affect only the environment seen by that command. If the -k option is set, then all parameter assignments are placed in the environment for a command, not just those that precede the command name. When bash invokes an external command, the variable underscore is set to the full file name of the command and passes to that command in its environment. Exit status. For the shell's purposes, a command which exits with a 0 exit status has succeeded. An exit status of 0 indicates success. A non-zero exit status indicates failure. When the command terminates on a fatal signal and bash uses a value of 128 plus n as the exit status. If a command is not found, the child process created to execute it returns a status of 127. If a command is found but is not executable, the return status is 126. If a command fails because of an error during expansion or redirection, the exit status is greater than 0. Shell built-in command return a status of 0 if successful and non-zero if an error occurs while they execute. All built-in return an exit status of 2 to indicate incorrect usage. Bash itself returns the exit status of the last command executed unless a syntax error occurs, in which case it exits with a non-zero value. See also exit built-in command below. Signals. When bash is interactive in the absence of any traps, it ignores sigterm and sigint is caught and handled. In all cases, bash ignores sigquit. If job control is in effect, bash ignores sigtt in, sigttou, and sigtstp. Non-built-in commands run by bash have signal handlers set to the values inherited by shell from its parent. When job control is not effect as asynchronous, commands ignore sigint or sigquit in addition to these inherited handlers. Commands run as a result of command substitution ignore the keyboard-generated job control signals sigtt in, sigttou, sigtstp. The shell exits by default upon receipt of a sighub. Before exiting, an interactive shell resends the sighub to all jobs running or stopped. Stop job send sig count to ensure that they receive the sighub. To prevent the shell from sending the signal to a particular job, it should be removed from the job table with the disown built-in or marked not to receive sighub using disown -h. If the hub on exit share option has been set with shopped. Bash send a sig hop to all jobs when an interactive login share exit. If Bash is waiting for a command to complete receives a signal for which a trap has been set. The trap will not be executed until the command completes. When Bash is waiting for a synchronous command via a wait where the wait between the reception of the signal for which a trap has been set will cause the wait built-in to return immediately with an exit status greater than 128. Immediately after which the trap is executed. Job control. Job control refers to the ability to selectively stop the execution of processes and continue their execution at a later point. A user typically employs this facility via an interactive interface supplied jointly by the system terminal driver and Bash. The shell associates the job with each pipeline. It keeps a table of currently executing jobs which may be listed with the jobs command. When Bash starts a job asynchronously, in the background it prints a line that look like indicating that this job is job number 1 and that the process ID of the last process in the pipeline associated with the job is 25647. All of the processes in a single pipeline are members of the same job. Bash uses the job abstraction as the basis for job control to facilitate the implementation of the user interface to job control. The operating system maintains the notion of current terminal process group ID. Members of this process group receive keyboard generated signals such as sigint. These processes are said to be the foreground. Background processes are those whose process group ID differs from the terminal. Such processes are immune to keyboard generated signals. Only foreground processes are allowed to read from write to the terminal. Background processes which attempt to read from write to the terminal are sent sigtd in, sigtd ou, and signaled by the terminal driver, which unless called suspends the processes. If the operating system on which Bash is running supports job control, Bash contains facilities to use it. Typing the suspend character while a process is running causes that process to be stopped and returns control to Bash. Typing the relay suspense character causes the process to stop when it attempts to read input from the terminal and control to be returned to Bash. The user may then manipulate the state of this job using the bg command to continue it in the background, the fg command to continue it in the foreground, or the kill command to kill it. Control Z takes effect immediately and has the additional side effect of causing pending and put and type ahead to be discarded. There are a number of ways to refer to a job in the shell. The character percentage introduces a job name, job number, and may be referred to as a person, and a job may also be referred to using a prefix of the name used to start it, or using substring that appears in each command line. For example, %ce refers to a stopped CE job if a prefix matches more than the one job. Bash reports an error. Using %ce on the other hand refers to any job containing the string ce in its command line. If the substring matches more than one job, Bash reports an error. The symbols %, plus refer to the shell's notion of the current job, which is the last job stopped while it was in the foreground or started in the background. The previous job may be referenced using %. In output pertaining to job, the current job is already flagged with a plus and the previous job with a minus. A single % also refers to the current job. Simply naming a job can be used to bring it into foreground. %1 is synonym for FG%1, bringing for job 1 from the background into the foreground. Similarly, %1 and resumes job 1 in the background equivalent to BG%1. The shell runs immediately whenever a job changes state. Normally, but wait until it is about to print a prompt before reporting change in a job status so as to not interrupt any other output. If the HMB option to the set built-in command enables, Bash reports such changes immediately. Interrupt on SIG child is executed for each child that exit. If an attempt to exit bash is made with job stop, the shell print a warning message. The jobs command may then be used to inspect their status. If a second attempt to exit is made with an intervening command, the shell does not print another warning and the stopped jobs are terminated. Prompting. When executing interactively, Bash displays the primary prompt PS1 when it is ready to read command and the secondary prompt PS2 when it needs more input to complete a command. Bash allows these prompt strings to be customized by inserting a number of backslash escaped special characters that are decoded as follows. An ASCII bell character, the date in weekday month date format. The format is passed to storing f time tree and the result in inserted into the prompt string. An empty format result in the local specific time representation. The braces are required. An ASCII escape character, the hostname to the first dot, to the hostname, the number of jobs currently managed by the shell, the base name of the shell's terminal device name, new line, carriage return, the name of the shell, the base name of $0, the current time in 24-hour HHMMSS format, the current time in 12-hour HHMMSS format, the current time in 12-hour AM/PM format, the current time in 24-hour HHMM format, the username of the current user, the version of Bash, the release of Bash version plus part level, the current working directory with $home abbreviated with tilde. The base name of the current working directory with $home abbreviated with a tilde. The history number of this command, the command number of this command. If the effective UID is 0, sharp, otherwise a $. The character corresponding to the octal number NNN backslash begin with a sequence of non-printing characters which could be used to embed a terminal control sequence into the prompt, and the sequence of non-printing characters. The command number and the history number are usually different. The history number of command is its position in the history list, which may include command restored from the history file, while the command number is the position in the sequence of command executed during the current shell session. After the string is decoded, it is expanded via a parameter expansion, command substitution, arithmetic expansion, and code removal subject to the value of the prompt var shell option. Read line. This is a library that handles reading input when using an interactive shell unless the -f no editing option is given. The shell invocation by default. The line editing command is similar to those of Emacs. V-style line editing interface is also available. To turn off line editing after the shell is running, use the plus or Emacs or plus or VI option to the set built-in. Readline notation. In this section, the Emacs style notation is used to denote keystrokes. Control keys are denoted by C key, e.g. CN means Control L. Similarly, meta keys are denoted by M key, so MX means meta X. Readline commands may be given numeric arguments, which normally act as a repeat count. Sometimes, however, it is a sign of the argument that is significant. Passing a negative argument to the command that acts in the forward direction causes that command to act in backward direction. Command whose behavior with argument deviate from this are noted below. When command is described as killing text, the next deleted is saved for possible future retrieval yanking. The kill text is saved in a killing. Consecutive kills cause the text to be accumulated into one unit, which can be yanked all at once. Command which do not kill text separate the chunks of text on the killing. Read line initialization. Read line is customized by putting command in an initialization file. The name of this file is taken from the value of input RC variable. If that variable is answered, the default is ~dot_input RC. When the program which uses the read line library starts up, the initialization file is read, and the key binding and variable are set. There are only a few basic constructions allowed in the read line initialization file. Blank lines are ignored. Lines beginning with a sharp are comment. Lines beginning with a dollar indicate conditional constructions. Other lines donate key bindings are and variable settings. The default key binding may be changed with an input RC file. Other programs that use this library may add their own command and bindings. For example, placing mcontrol u universal argument or cmeta u universal argument into the input RC would make MCU execute the read line command universal argument. The following symbolic character names are recognized. Lab out there escape and left in line returns space and tab. In addition to command names, read line allows keys to be bound to a string that is inserted when the key is pressed. Macro read line key bindings. The syntax for controlling key bindings in the input RC file is simple. All that it requires is the name of the command or the text of a macro and the key sequence to which it should be bound. The name may be specified in one of two ways: as a symbolic key name, possibly with meta hyphen or control hyphen prefixes, or as a key sequence. When using the form key name, function name, or macro, key name is the name of a key spelled out in English. For example, Control U universal argument, meta rub out backward keyword, Control O output. In the above example, CU is bound to the function universal argument and delete is bound to the function backward keyword, and CO is bound to run the macro expressed on the right hand side. In the second form, keyseek, function name or macro keyseek, differs from the key name above in that strings denoting an entire key sequence may be specified by placing the sequence within double quotes. Some new Emacs style key escapes can be used, as in the following example, but the symbolic character names are not recognized. CU universal argument CXCR read init file C11 function key 1. In this example, CU is again bound to the function universal argument. CXCR is bound to the function read init file, and escape 112 is bound to insert the text function key 1. The full set of new Emacs style escape sequence is control prefix, met prefix, and escape character / return double quote return single quote. In addition to GNU Emacs style escape sequence, a second set of / escape is available. Alert backspace delete from feed new line carriage return horizontal tab project tab the 8-bit character whose value is octal value NNN, the 8-bit character whose value is hexadecimal value HH. Then entering the text of macro, single or double quote must be used to indicate a macro definition. Unquoted text is assumed to be a function in the macro body. The backslash escapes described above the expanded. Backslash will quote any other character in the macro text, including double quote and single quote. Bash allows the current readline key binding to be displayed or modified with the bind built-in command. The editing mode may be switched during interactive use by using the -1 option to the set built-in command. Readline variables. Readline has variables that can be used further customize its behavior. A variable may be set in the input RC5 with a statement of the form set variable name value. Except where noted, readline variable can take the values on or off. The unrecognized variable name are ignored when the variable value is read, empty or no values, on and 1 are equivalent to on. All other values are equivalent to off. The variable and their default value are versatile. Controls what happens when readline want to ring the terminal bell. If set to none, readline never ring the bell. If set to visible, readline use the visible bell if one is available. If set no audible, readline attempt to ring the terminal's bell. Bind TTY special charge is set to on, readline attempt to bind the control character treated specially by the kernel's terminal driver to the readline equivalent. Comment begin. The string that is inserted when the readline insert comment command is executed. This command is bound to M# in Emacs mode to # in VA command mode. Completion ignore case. If set to on, readline performs file name matching and completion in a case insensitive fashion. Completion query items. This determines when the user is queried about viewing the number of possible completion generated by the possible completion command. It may be set to any integer value greater than or equal to 0. If the number of possible completion is greater than or equal to the value of this variable, the user is asked whether or not he wishes to view them. Otherwise, they are simply listed on the terminal. Convert method. If set to on, readline will convert character with the 8th bit set to an ASCII key sequence by stripping the 8th bit and prefixing an escape character. And disable completion. If set to on, readline will inhibit word completion. Completion characters will be inserted into the line if they had been mapped to self-insert. Editing mode controls whether readline begins with a set of key bindings similar to Emacs or VI. Editing mode can be set to either Emacs or VI. Enable keypad. When set to on, readline will try to enable the application keypad when nearly called. Some systems need this to enable the arrow keys. Expand tilde. If set to on, tilde expansion is performed when readline attempt word completion. History preserve point is set to on the history called attempt to place point at the time location on each history line retrieve with previous history or next history. Horizontal scroll mode when set to on makes readline use a single line for display, scrolling the input horizontally on a single screen line when it becomes longer than the screen width rather than wrapping to a new line. Input method. If set to on, readline will enable 8-bit input regardless of what the terminal claims it can support. The name meta flag is a synonym for this variable. Search terminators, the string of the characters that should terminate an incremental search without subsequently executing the character as a command. If this variable has not been given value, the character escape and the CJ will terminate an incremental search. Keymap. Set the current readline keymap. The Set of valid keymap names is Emacs, Emacs standards, Emacs meta, Emacs control X, via command v insert. Where is equivalent to via command Emacs is equivalent to Emacs standards. The default value is Emacs. The value of editing mode also affect the default keymap. Map directions. If set to on completed directory, names have a slash appended. Mark modified lines. If set to on history lines that have been modified are displayed with a preceding asterisk. Mark sim linked directories. If set to on completed name with a symbolic link to directories have a slash appended. Match hidden files. This variable when set to on causes readline to match files whose name begin with a dot when performing file name completion unless the leading dot is supplied by the user in the file name to be complete. Output method. If set to on readline will display characters with the 8-bit set directory rather than as a meta prefix escape sequence. Page completions. If set to on readline uses an internal mode like pager to display a screen through all possible completion at time. Print completion horizontally. If set to on readline will display completion with matches sorted horizontally in alphabetical order rather than down the screen. Show all if ambiguous. This alerts the default behavior of completion functions. If set to on word which have more than one possible completion cause the matches to be reset immediately instead of ringing the bell. Show all if unmodified. This alters the default behavior of the completion function in the fashion similar to show all if ambiguous. If set to on words which have more than one possible completion without any possible partial completion cause the match to be listed immediately instead of ringing the bell. Visible stats. If set to on a character denoting a file type as reported by stat2 is appended to the file name when listing possible completion. Readline conditional construction. Readline implements a facility similar in spirit to the conditional completion feature of the C preprocessor, with which allows key binding and variable setting to be performed as a result of tests. There are four parser directives used. The $if construct allows binding to be made based on the editing mode of terminal being used over the application using readline. The text of the test extends to the end of the line. No characters are required to isolate it. Mode. The mode equal form of the $if directive is used to test whether readline is in Emacs or VIA mode. This may be used in conjunction with the test keymap command, for instance, to set bindings in the Emacs standard and Emacs control X keymaps only if readline is starting out in Emacs mode. The term equal form may be used to include terminal-specific keybind, perhaps to bind the key sequence up by terminal function keys. The word on the right side of the equals to tested against both full name of the terminal and the portion of the terminal name before the first hyphen. This allows sun to match both sun and sun CMD. For instance, application. The application construct is used to include application-specific setting. Each program using the readline library sets the application name and the initialization file can test for a particular value. This could be used to bind key sequence to a function useful for a specific program. For instance, the following command adds a key sequence that quotes the current or previous word in bash. And the end of this command, as seen in the previous example, terminate $if command. $ls command in this branch of the $if directive are executed if the test fails. Include. This directive takes a single file name as an argument and read command and binding from that file. For example, the following directive will read /etc/input rc Searching. Readline provides command for searching through the command history for line contains in specified strings. There are two search modes, incremental and non-incremental. Incremental searches begins before the user has finished typing the search string. As each character of the search string is typed, readline displays the next entry from the history matching the string time so far. An incremental search requires only as many characters as needed to find the desired history entry. The characters present in the body of the search terminator's variable are used to terminate the incremental search. If that variable has not been assigned a value, the escape and Ctrl J characters will terminate an incremental search. Ctrl J will abort an incremental search and restore the original line. When the search is terminated, the history entry containing the search string becomes the current line. To find other matching entries in the history list, type Ctrl S and Ctrl R is appropriate. This will search backward or forward in the history for the next entry matching the search string type so far. Any other key sequence bound to a readline command will terminate the search and execute that command. For instance, a new line will terminate the search on the accepted line, thereby executing a command from the history list. Readline remembers the last incremental search string. If two Ctrl R's typed without any intervening character defining the new search string, any remembered search string is used. Non-incremental searches read the entire search string before starting to search for matching history lines. The search string may be typed by the user or be part of the content of the current line. Read line command names. The following is a list of names of the command and the default key sequences to which they are bound. Command names without an accompanying key sequence are unbound by default. In the following descriptions, point refers to the current cursor position, and mark refers to the cursor position set by the setMark command. The text between the point and mark is referred to as a region. Command for moving. Beginning of line move to the start of the current line. End of line move to the end of line. Forward jar, move forward the character. Backward jar, move back character. Forward word, move forward to the end of the next word. Word composed of alphanumeric characters. Backward word, move back to the start of the current or previous word. Word composed of alphanumeric characters. Clear screen. Clears the screen, leaving the current line at the top of the screen with an argument. Refresh the current line without clearing the screen. Read low current line. Refresh the current line. Command for manipulating the history. Accept line. Accept the new line regardless of where the cursor is. If this line is not empty, add it to the history according to the state of the hist control variable. If the line is modified history line, then restore the history line to its original state. Previous history. Fetch the previous command from the history list. Moving back in the list. Next history. Fetch the next command from the history list. Moving forward in the list. Beginning of history. Move to the first line in the history. End of history. Move to the end of the input history, i.e. the line currently being entered. Reverse search history. Search backwards starting at the current line and moving up through the history as necessary. This is an incremental search. Forward search history. Search forward starting at the current line and moving down through the history as necessary. This is the incremental search. Non-incremental reverse search history. Search backwards through the history starting at the current line using non-incremental search for strings supplied by the user. Non-incremental forward search history. Search forward through the history using a non-incremental search for string supplied by the user. History search forward through the history for the string of characters between the start of the current line and the point. This is non-incremental search. History search backwards through the history for the string of characters between the start of the current line and point. This is a non-incremental search. Yank ends arg. Insert the first argument to the previous command at point with an argument and insert the nth word from the previous command. A negative argument inserts the nth word from the end of a previous command. Once the argument n is computed, the argument is extracted as if the exclamation in history expansion has been specified. Yank last arg. Insert the last argument to the previous command with an argument behave exactly like Young and arg. Successive calls to Young last arg move back through the history list, inserting the last argument of each line in turn. The history expansion facilities are used to extract the last argument as if the expansion $history expansion being specified. Shell expand the line as shell does. This performs areas and history expansion as well as of the shell word expansion. See history expansion below for description of history expansion. History expand line. Perform history expansion on the current line. See history expansion below for description of history expansion. Magic space. Perform history expansion on the current line. Insert the space. See history expansion below for description of history expansion. Areas expand line. Perform areas expansion on the current line. See areas is above for description of areas expansion. History and areas expand line. Perform history and areas expansion on the current line. Insert last argument, a synonym for young last arg. Operate and get next. Accept the current line for execution and fetch the next line relative to the current line from the history for editing. Any argument is ignored. Edit and execute command. Invoke an editor on the current command line and execute the result as shell command. Bash attempt to invoke $fcedit, $editor, and Emacs as editor in that order. Command for changing text. Delete character at point. If point is at the beginning of the line, there is no character in the line, and the last character typed was not bound to delete char, then return EOF. Backward delete char. Delete the character behind the cursor when given numeric argument. Save the deleted text on the killing. Forward, backward delete char. Delete the character under the cursor unless the cursor is at the end of the line, in which case the character behind the cursor is deleted. Quoted insert as the next character type to the line verbatim. And this is how to insert characters like CQ, for example. Top insert the top character. Self insert the character typed. Transpose chars. Drag the characters before point forward over the character at point, maybe moving point forward as well. If point is at the end of the line, then this transposes to the two characters before point. Negative argument have no effect. Transport word. Drag the word before point past the word after point, moving point over that word as well. If point is the end of the line, this transposes the last two words on the line. Uppercase word, uppercase the current word with a negative argument, uppercase the previous word but do not move point. Downcase word, lowercase the current word with a negative argument, lowercase the previous word but do not move point. Capitalize word, capitalize the current word with a negative argument, capitalize the previous word but do not move point. Override mode, toggle the override mode with an explicit positive numeric argument, switches to override mode. With an explicit non-positive numeric argument, switches to insert mode. This command affects only Emacs mode, VM mode that override differently. Each call to read line function starts in insert mode. In overwrite mode, characters want to self-insert replace the text at point rather than pushing the text to the right. Characters bind to backward direction replace the character before point or space. By default, this command is unbound. Killing the yanking kill line kills the text from point to the end of the line. Backward kill line kill backward to the beginning of the line. Unit line discard kill backward from point to the beginning of the line. The kill text is saved on the killing kill whole line, kill all character on the current line, no matter where point is. Kill word, kill from point to the end of the current word, or if between word to the end of the text word. Word boundaries are the same as those used by forward word. Backward kill word, kill the word behind point. Word boundaries are same as those used by backward word. Unix word lab but kill the word behind the point using white space as a word boundary. The kill text is saved on the killing. Unix file name robot. Kill the word behind point using white space and the slash character as a word boundary. The kill text is saved on the killing. Delete horizontal space. Delete all spaces and the tabs around the point. Kill region. Kill the text in the current region. Copy region as kill. Copy the text in the region to the kill buffer. Copy backward word. Copy the word before point to kill the buffer. The word boundaries are the same as the backward word. Copy forward word 1. Copy the word following point to the kill buffer. The word boundary is the same as the forward word. Yank. Yank top the kill ring into the buffer at point. Yank pop. Rotate the kill ring and yank the new top. Only works following yank or yank pop. Numeric arguments. Digit argument. Add this digit to the argument already accumulating or start a new argument. M starts a negative argument. Universal argument. This is another way to specify an argument. If this command is followed by one or more digits optionally with a leading minus sign, those digits define the argument. If the command is followed by digit executing universal argument again and the numeric argument but is otherwise ignored. As a special case, if this command is immediately followed by a character that is neither digit or minus sign, the argument count for the next command is multiplied by 4. The argument count is initially 1, so executing this function the first time makes the argument count 4, a second time makes a argument count 16, and so on. Complete attempt to perform completion on the text before point. Bash attempt completion treating the text as a variable if the text begins with $username, hostname, or command in turn. If none of these produces a match, file name completion is attempted. Possible completion. List the possible completion of the text before point. Insert completion. Insert on completion of the text before a point would be generated by possible completion. Menu complete, similar to complete, but replaces the word to be completed with a single match from the list of possible completions. Repeated execution of menu complete steps through the list of possible completion, inserting each match in turn. At the end of the list of completions, the bell is rung, and the original text is restored. An argument of n move endpoint positions forward in the list of matches. A negative argument may be used to move backwards through the list. This command is intended to be bound to tab but unbound by default. delete char or list deletes the character under the cursor if not at the beginning or end of the line. If at the end of the line behave identically to possible completions. This command is unbound by default. Complete file name, attempt file name completion on the text before point. Possible file name or completions. List possible completion of the text before point, treating it as a file name. Complete username, attempt completion text before point, treating it as a username. Possible username completions. List the possible completion of text before point, treating it as a username. Complete variable attempt completion of the text before point, treating it as share variables. Possible variable completion. List the possible completion of the text before point, treating it as a share variable. Complete hostname. Attempt completion of the text before point, treating it as hostname. Possible hostname completion. List the possible completion of the text before point, treating the hostname. Complete command. Attempt completion on text before point, treating the command name. Command completion attempt to match the next against area stage reserved word, shell function, shell built-in, and finally executable file name in that order. Possible command completion. List the possible completion of the text before point, treating it as command name. Dynamic complete history. Attempt completion on the text before point, comparing the text against the lines from the history list for possible completion matches. Complete into braces. Power on file name completion. Insert the list of possible completion clause within braces to the listed variable to the shell. Keyboard macro. Start KBD macro. Begin saving the characters typed into the current keyboard macro. End KBD macro. Stop saving the character typed into current keyboard macro and start the definition. Call last KBD macro. Re-execute the last keyboard macro defined by making the character in the macro appears if typed at the keyboard. Miscellaneous. Reread init file. Read in the content of the input archive file and incorporate any binding or variable assignment found there. Abort the current editing command and ring the terminal bell. Do uppercase version. If the meta file character X is lowercase, then the command that is bound to the corresponding uppercase character. Prefix meta file the next character type. Escape F is equivalent to meta F. Undo incremental undo separator remember for each line. Reboot line undo all changes made to this line. This is line executing the undo command enough time to return the line to its initial state. Perform tilde expansion on the current one. Set the mark to the point. If a numeric argument is supplied, the mark is set to the position. Exchange point and mark. Swap the point with the mark. The current cursor position is set to the saved position, and all the cursor position is saved as a mark. Character search. As the character is read and point is moved to the next occurrence of the character. A negative count searches for previous occurrence. Character search backward. A character is read and point is moved to the previous occurrence of the character. A negative count searches for subsequent occurrence. Insert comment without a numeric argument. The value of the readline comment begin variable is inserted at the beginning of the current line. If a numeric argument is supplied, this command acts as a toggle. If the characters at the beginning of the line do not match the variable comment begin, the values inserted. Otherwise, the characters in comment begin are deleted from the beginning of the line. In either case, the line is accepted as if a new line has been typed. The default value of comment begin causes this command to make the current line share comment. If a numeric argument causes the comment character to be removed, the line will be executed by the shell. Graph complete word. The word before a point is treated as a pattern of a past name expansion with an asterisk implicitly appended. This pattern is used to generate a list of matching file names for possible completion. Group expand word. The word before a point is treated as a pattern for past name expansion. The list of matching file names is inserted, replacing the word if a numeric argument is supplied as an asterisk is appended before past name expansion. Group list expansions. The list of expansions that would be generated by group expand word is displayed and the line is redrawn if a numeric argument is supplied, an asterisk is appended before past name expansion. Dump functions. Print all of the function and their key binding to the readline output stream. If a numeric argument is supplied, the output is formatted in such a way that it can be made part of input RC file. Dump variable. Print all of the settable readline variables and their values to the readline output stream. If a numeric argument is supplied, the output is formatted in such a way that it can be made part of an input RC file. Dump macros. Print all of the readline key sequences bound to macros and string the output. If a numeric argument is supplied, the output is formatted in such a way that it can be made part of an input RC file. Display shared version. Display version information about the current instance of Bash. Programmable completion. When word completion is attempted for an argument to a command for which completion specification has been defined using the complete built-in, the programmable completion facilities are invoked. First, the command name is identified. If a comp spec has been defined for that command, the comp spec is used to generate the list of possible completion for the word. If the command was with a full path name, a comp spec for the full path name is searched for first. If no comp spec is found for the full path name, an attempt is made to find a comp spec for the portion following the final slash. Once a comp spec has been found, it is used to generate the list of matching words. If a comp spec is not found, the default dash completion described above under completing is performed. First, the actions specified by the comp spec are used. Only matches which are prefixed by the word being completed are returned. When the -f or -d option is used for file name or directory name completion, the shell variable fignore is used to filter the matches. Any completion specified by file name expansion pattern to the -g option are generated. The word generated by pattern need to match the word being completed. The group ignore shell variable is not used to filter the matches. The fignore variable is used. Next, the string specified as the argument to the -w option is considered. The string is first split using the character in the IFS special values as delimiters. Shell quoting is honored. Each word is then expanded using brace expansion, tilde expansion parameter, and variable expansion, common substitution, and arithmetic expansion as described and expansion. The results are split using the rules described above under word splitting. The result of the expansion and prefix matched against the word being completed, and the matching word becomes possible completion. After these matches have been generated, any shell function or command specified with the -f and -c option is invoked. When the command or function is invoked, the comp line and comp point variable are assigned values described above and the shell variable. If a shell function is being invoked, the comp word and compc word variable are also set when the function or command is invoked. The first argument is the name of the command, first argument being completed. The second argument is the word being completed. The third argument is the word preceding the word being completed on the current command line. No filtering of the generated completions against the word being completed is performed. The function or command has complete freedom in generating the matches. Any function specified with -s is invoked first. The function may use any of the shell facilities, including the compgen built-in described below, to generate the matches. It must put the possible completion in the completely array variable. Next, any command specified with the -c option is invoked in an environment equivalent to the command substitution. It should print a list of completions one per line to the standard output. Backslash may be used to escape a new line if necessary. After all of the possible completions are generated, any filter specified with the -x option is applied to the list. The filter is a pattern as used for path name expansion A, and in the pattern is replaced with the text of the word being completed. A return and may be escaped with the backslash. The backslash is removed before attempting the match. Any completion that matches the pattern will be removed from the list of reading. Negate the pattern. In this case, any completion not matching the pattern will be removed. Finally, any prefix and suffix specified with the -p and -s option are added to each member of the completion list, and the result is returned to the read-line completion code of the list of possible completion. If the previously applied action do not generate any matches and the -dir names option was applied to complete when the comp spec was defined, directory name completion is attempted. If the -o plus use option was supplied to complete when the comp spec was defined, and directory name completion is attempted, and any matches are added to the result of the other actions. By default, if a comp spec is found, whatever it generates is returned to the completion code of some full set of possible completions. The default bash completion are not attempted, and the read line default of file name completion is disabled. If the -o bash default option was applied to complete when the comp spec was defined, the bash default completion are attempted if the comp spec generates no matches. If the -o default option was applied to complete when the comp spec was defined, read line default completion will be performed if the comp spec generate no matches. When the comp spec indicates that directory name completion is desired, the programmable completion functions force read line to append the slash to completed name, which symbolic link to directory is subject to the value of the marked directory's read line variables, regardless of the setting of the marksim linked directory read line variable. History. When the -o history option to the set built-in is enabled, the shell provides access to the command history, the list of commands previously typed, and the value of the hist size variable is used as the number of commands to save in the history list. The text of the last hist size command is saved. The shell stores each command in the history list prior to parameter and variable expansion, but after history expansion is performed subject to the values of the shell variable hist ignore and hist control. On startup, the history is initialized from the file named by the variable hist file. The file named by the value of hist file is truncated if necessary to contain no more than the number of lines specified by the value of hist file size. When an interactive shell exits, the last $hist side lines are copied from the history list to $hist file. If the hist append shell option is enabled, the lines are appended to the history file, otherwise the history is overwritten. If hist file is unset or if the history file is unwritable, the history is not saved. After saving the history is truncated to contain no more than hist file size lines. If hist file size is not set to truncation is performed, the built-in command fc may be used to list or edit and re-execute a portion of the history list. The history built-in may be used to display or modify the history list and manipulate the history file. When using command line editing, such commands are available in each editing mode that provide access to the history list. The shell allows control over which commands are saved on the history list. The hist control and hist ignore variable may be set to cause the shell to save only a subset of the command entered. The command hist shell option is if enabled causes the shell to attempt to save each line of the multi-line command in the same history entry, adding semicolons where necessary to preserve syntactic correctness. The lit hist shell option causes the shell to save the command with embedded new lines instead of semicolons. See the description of the shaft built-in built and the shell built-in command for information on setting and unsetting shell option. History expansion. The shell supports a history expansion feature that is similar to the history expansion shell. This section describes what syntax features are available. This feature is enabled by default for interactive shell and can be disabled using the +H option to the set built-in command. Non-interactive shells do not perform history expansion by default. History expansions introduce words from the history list into the input string, making it easy to repeat command. Insert the argument to the previous command into the current input line or fix error in the previous command quickly. History expansion is performed immediately after complete line is read. Before the shell breaks it into words, it takes place in two parts. The first is to determine which line from the history list to use during substitution. The second is select portion of the line for inclusion into the current one. The line selected from the history is the event and the portion of that line that acted upon word. Various modifiers are available to manipulate the selected word. The line is broken into words in the same fashion as when reading input, so that several meta characters separated words surrounded by quotes are considered one word. History expansions are introduced by the appearance of the history expansion character, which is exclamation by default. Only backslash and single quotes can quote the history expansion character. Several characters inhibit history expansion if found immediately following the history expansion character, even if it is uncoded. Space-type new line carriage return and equal if the X-grab shell option is enabled. Will option also inhibit expansion. Several shell options settable with the shopped built-in may be used to tailor the behavior of history expansion. If the hist verify shell option enabled and readline is being used, history substitution are not immediately passed to the shell parser. Instead, the expanded line reloaded into the readline editing buffer for further modification if readline is being used and the hist re-edit shell option enabled. A failed history substitution will be reloaded into the readline editing buffer for correction. The -p option to the history built-in command may be used to see what a history expansion will do before using it. The -s option to the history built-in may be used to add command to the end of the history list without actually executing them to what they are available for subsequent recall. The shell allows control of the various characters used by the history expansion mechanism. Event designators. An event designator is reference to a command line entry in the history list. Start a history substitution except when followed by a blank inline character than equal or braces when the grab share option is enabled using shop built-in. Refer to command line and refer to current command line minus and refer to the previous command. This is synonym for expansion -1. Refer to the most recent command starting with string. Refer to the most recent command containing string. The training question may be omitted if string is followed immediately by new line. Quick substitution. Repeat the last command, replacing string 1 with string 2. Equivalent to this, the entire command line type so far. Word designators. Word designators are used to select desired word from the event. Colon separates the event specification from the word designator. It may be omitted if the word designator will begin with $, hyphen or percent. Words are numbered from the beginning of the line with the first word beginning denoted by 0. Words are inserted into the current line separated by single space. The zeroth word for the shell, this is a command word. The nth word, the first argument, that is word 1. The last argument, the word matched by most recent question string question search. Range of word -y, abbreviate 0-y. All of the word but the zeros. This is a synonym for $1. It is not an error to use asterisk if there is just one word in the event. The empty string is returned in the case. Abbreviate $, abbreviate $, like X asterisk, but omit the last word. If a word designator is supplied without an event specification, the previous command is used as the event. Modifiers. After the optional word designator, there may appear a sequence of one or more of the following modifiers, each preceded by a colon. Remove a trailing file name component, leaving only the head, leaving all reading file name component, leaving the tail. Remove a trailing suffix of the form .xxs, leaving a base name. Remove all but the trailing suffix. Print the new command but do not execute it. Quote the substituted word escaping further substitutions. Quote the substituted word as with Q but break into word at blanks and new lines. Substitute new for the first occurrence of all in the event line. Any delimiter can be used in place of slash. The final delimiter is optional if read the last character of the event line. The delimiter may be quoted in odd and new with a single backslash if and appear in new if it is replaced by odd. A single backslash will quote at the and if odd is new if it is set to the last odd substituted, or if no previous history substitution took place, the last string in the exclamation question string such. Repeat the previous substitution. Cause changes to be applied over the entire event line. This is used in conjunction with :s or :and. If used with :s, any delimiter can be used in place of slash, and the final delimiter is optional if it is the last character of the event line, and A may be used as a synonym for G. Apply the following S modifier once to each word in the event line. Share built-in command. Unless otherwise noted, each built-in command documented in this section accepting option preceded by -accept to signify the end of the option. For example, the colon true, false, and the test built-ins do not accept options. Colon argument, no effect. The command does nothing beyond expanding argument performing any specified redirection. A zero exit code returned. File name, source file name. Read and execute command from file name in the current shell environment and return the exit status of the last command execute from file name. If file name does not contain such file name in paths are used to find the directory containing file name. The file search for path need not be executable when bash is not POSIX mode. The current directory is searched for if no file is found in path. If the source path option to the chopped or built-in command is turned off, the path is not searched. If any argument are supplied, they become the positional parameters when file name is executed. Otherwise, positional parameters are unchanged. The return status is the status of the last command executed within the script, and false if file name is not found or cannot be read. Areas with no argument or with a -b option print the list of aliases in the form alias name equal value on standard output. When arguments are supplied, alias is defined for each name whose value is given. A trailing space in value causes the next word to be checked for alias substitution when the alias is expanded. For each name is an argument list for which no value is supplied by the name and value of the alias is printed. Alias returns to unless a name is given for which no alias has been defined. Resume each suspended job spec in the background as if it had been started with and if job spec is not present, the shell's notion of the current job is used. BG job spec returns 0 unless run when job control is disabled or when run with job control enabled. Any specified job spec was not found or was started with the job control. Display current rerun key and function B bindings. Bind the key sequence to a readline function or macro or set a readline variable. Each non-option argument is a command as it appear in .input RC, but each binding or command must be passed as a separate argument, e.g. cxcr read init file option in if supplied by have the following meanings. Use keymap as a keymap to be affected by subsequent bindings. Acceptable keymap name are Emacs, Emacs standard, Emacs meta, Emacs control, vi move, vi command, and vi insert. Vi is equivalent to vi command. Emacs is equivalent to Emacs standard. List the name of all readline functions. Display readline function name and binding in such a way that they can be reread. List current readline function names and bindings. Display readline variables names and variable in such a way that they can be reread. List current readline variable names and values. Display readline key sequence bound to macros and strings they output in such a way that they can be reread. Display readline key sequences bound to macros and the strings they output. Read key binding from file name. Query about which key invokes the named function. And bind all keys bound to the named function. Remove any current binding for key sequence. Cause shell command to be executed whenever key seq is entered. The return value is 0 unless an unrecognized option is given or an error occurred. Exit from within a for, while, until, or select loop. If n is specified, break n levels. n must be greater than or equals 1. If n is greater than the number of enclosing loops and enclosing loop are exited, the return value is 0 unless the shell is not executing a loop when break is executed. Executed the specified shell built-in passing argument and return its exit status. This is useful when defining a function whose name is same as the shell built-in, retaining the functionality of the built-in within the function. The shell built-in is commonly defined this way. The return status is false if shell built-in is not a shell built-in command. Change the current directory to dir. The variable home is default dir. The variable cd path defines the search path for the directory containing the alternative directory name in cd path separated by a colon. A new directory name in cd path is same as the current directory, i.e. dot. If dir begins with a slash, then cd path is not used. The -p option sets to the physical directory structure instead of following symbolic links. The hyphen option forces symbolic links to be followed. An argument of hyphen is equivalent to $old pwd. If a non-empty directory name from cd path is used, or if hyphen is the first argument and the directory change is successful, the absolute path name of the new working directory is written to the standard output. The return value is true if the directory was successfully changed, false otherwise. Returns the context of any active subroutine calls. A shell function or script execute with the dot or source built-in wizard xpr caller displays the line number and source file name of the current subroutine call. If a non-negative integer is supplied as xpr, caller displays the line number, subroutine name, and source file corresponding to that portion in the current execution construct. This extra information may be used, for example, to print a stack trace. The current frame is framed with the return value is 0 unless the shell is not executing a subroutine call or XPL does not correspond to a valid position in the call stack. Run command with arg suppressing the normal shell function lookup. Only built-in command or command found in the path are executed. If the -p option is given, search for command is performed using a default value for path that is guaranteed to find the standard utilities. If either the -v or -v option is supplied, a description or command is printed. The -v option causes a single word indicating the command or file name used to invoke command to be displayed. The -v option produces a more verbose description. If the -v or -v option is supplied, the exit status is 0 if command was found and 1 if not. If neither option is supplied and an error occurred or command cannot be found, the exit status is 1 to 7. Otherwise, the exit status of the command built-in is the exit status of command. Generate possible completion matches for word according to the option, which may be any option accepted by the complete built-in with the exception of hyphen and -o, and write the matches to the standard output. When using the -f or -c option, the various shell variables set by the programmable completion facilities where available will not have useful BIOS. The matches will be generated in the same way as if the programmable completion code had generated them them directly from completion specification with the same flag. If word is specified, only those completion matching will be displayed. The return value is true unless an invalid option is supplied or no matches were generated. Specify how argument to each name should be completed. If the -p option is supplied or if no option are supplied, existing completion specification and printed in a way that allows them to be reused as input. The -r option removes a completion specification for each name, or if no names are supplied, or completion specifications. The process of applying these completion specifications when word completion is attempted is described above on the program of completion. Other options, if specified, have the following meanings. The argument to the -g -w and -x options should be quoted to protect them from expansion before the complete built-in is invoked. The comp option controls several aspects of the comp spec's behavior beyond the simple generation of completion. Comp option may be one of perform the rest of the default batch completion if the comp specs generate no matches. Use readline default file name completion if the comp specs generate no matches. Perform directory name completion if the comp specs generate no matches. Tell readline that the comp spec generates file name so it can perform any file name specific processing intended to be used with shell functions. Tell readline not to append a space to word completed at the end of the line. After any matches defined by the comp spec are generated, directory name completion is attempted and any matches are added to the result of the other actions. The action may be one of the following to generate a list of possible completions. Alias names may also be specified as -a. Array variables name, readline key binding name, names of shell built-in command may also be specified as -b. Command names may also be specified as -c. Directory names may also be specified as -d. Names of disabled shell built-ins, names of enabled shell built-ins, names of exported shell variables may also be specified as -e. File names may also specify as -f. Names of shell functions, group names may also be specified as -g. Help topics are accepted by the help built-in. Host names are taken from the file specified by the host file shell variable. Job names, if job control is active, may also be specified as -j. Shell reserved word may also be specified as -k. Name of running jobs, if job control is active. Service name may also be specified as -s. Valid argument for the option to the set built-in. Shell option name as accepted by the shop built-in. Signal names of stop jobs if job controls is active. Username may also be specified as -u. Names of all shell variables may also be specified as -v. The file name expansion pattern graph part is expanded to generate the possible completion. The word list is split using the character in the IFS special variable are delimiters, and each resultant word is expanded. The possible completion of the member of the resultant list which match the word being completed. Command is executed in the subshell environment and its output is used as a possible completion. The shell function is executed in the current shell environment when it finishes. The possible completions are retrieved from the value of the comp reply array variables. Filter part is a pattern as used for file name expansion. It is applied to a list of possible completion generated by preceding option and arguments, and each completion matching filter part is removed from the list. A landing exclamation in filter part negate the pattern. In this case, any completion not matching filter path is removed. Prefix is added to the beginning of each possible completion after or other options have been applied. Suffix is appended to each possible completion after or other options have been applied. The return value is true unless an invalid option is applied. Option other than -p or -r is supplied with the name argument. An attempt is made to remove a completion specification for a name for which no specification exists, or an error occurs ending a completion specification. Resume the next iteration of enclosing for while until or select loop. If n is specified, resume at the nth enclosing loop. N must be greater than or equal 1. If n is greater than the number of enclosing loops, the last enclosing loop is resumed, and the return value is 0 unless the shell is not executing a loop when continue is executed. Declare variables or give them attribute. If no names are given them, display the value of variables. The -p option will display the attribute and value of each name. When -p is used, additional options are ignored. The -n option inhibits the display of function definitions. Only the function name and attribute are printed. If the xdebug shell option is enabled using shopt, the source file name and line number where the function is defined as display as well. The -f option implies -f. The following option can be used to restrict the output to variable with a specified attribute or to give variable attribute. Each name is an array variable. -f use function names only. -i the variable is treated as an integer. Arithmetic evaluation is performed when the variable is assigned a value. -r might make names read-only. These names cannot then be assigned values by subsequent assignment statement unset. To give each name the trace attribute. Trace function inherit the debug and return traps from the calling shell. The trace attribute has no special meaning for variables. -x mark names for export to subsequent command via environment using plus instead of minus turn off the attribute instead with the exception that +a may not be used to destroy an array variable. When using one function, make each name local as with a local command. If a variable name is followed by equal value, the value of the variable is set to value. The return value is 0 unless an invalid option is encountered. An attempt is made to define a function using -f equal. An attempt is made to assign a value to read-only variable. An attempt is made to assign a value to an array variable without using a compound assignment syntax. One of the names is not a valid shell variable name. An attempt is made to turn off read-only status for read-only variables. An attempt is made to turn off array status on array variable, or an attempt is made to display a non-existent function with -s. Wizard options displays the list of currently remembered directories. The default displays on a single line with directory names separated by spaces. Directories are added to the list with the push T command. The property command removes entire from the list. Plus and displays the nth entry counting from the left of the list shown by deals when invoked without option starting with 0. -n displays the nth entry counting from the right of the list shown by deals when invoked without options starting with 0. -c creates a directory stack by deleting all of the entries. -l produces a longer listing. The default listing format uses a tilde to denote the home directory. -p prints the directory stack with one entry per line. -v print the directory stack with one entry per line, prefixing each entry with its index in the stack. The return value is 0 unless an invalid option is applied or an index is beyond the end of the directory stack. Without options, each job spec is removed from the table of active jobs. If the -h option is given, each job spec is not removed from the table but is marked so that SIGHAP is not sent to the job if the shell receives a SIGHAP. If no job spec is present and neither the -n or the -1 option is supplied, the current job is used. If no job spec is supplied, the -n option means to remove or mark all jobs. The -1 option without a job spec argument restricts operation to running jobs. The return value is 0 unless a job spec does not specify a valid job. Output the args separated by space followed by a new line. The return status is always 0. If -n is specified, the trailing new line is suppressed. If the -n option is given, interpretation of the following \escape characters is enabled. The -e option disables the interpretation of these escape characters even on systems where they are interpreted by default. The XPG echo shell option may be used to dynamically determine whether or not echo expands these escape characters by default. Echo does not interpret -to me the end of option. Echo interpret the following escape sequence. Alert, backspace, suppress, trailing new line, an escape character, form feed, new line, carriage return, horizontal tab, vertical tab, backslash, the 8-bit character whose value is the octal value, and end of 8-bit character whose value is the hexadecimal value HH. Enable and disable built-in shell commands. Disabling a built-in allows this command which has the same name as the shell built-in to be executed without specifying a full path name, even though the shell normally searches for built-in before this command. If -n is used, each name is disabled, otherwise names are enabled. For example, to use the test binary found via the path instead of the shell built-in version run enable -n test. The -f option means to load the new built-in command name from shell object file name on systems that support dynamic loading. The -d option will delete built-in previously loaded with -f if no name arguments are given, or if the -p option is supplied, a list of shell built-in is printed with no other option arguments. The list consists of all enabled shell built-ins. If -n is supplied, only disabled built-ins are printed. If -n is supplied, the list printed includes all built-ins with an indication of whether or not each is enabled. If -n is supplied, the output is restricted to the POSIX special built-ins. The return value is 0 unless the name is not shell built-in. There is an error loading a new built-in from a shared object. The args are read and concatenated together into a single command. This command is then read and executed by the shell, and its exit status returns the value of eval. If there are no args or only null arguments, eval returns 0. If command is specified, it replaces the shell. No new process is created. The arguments become the argument to command. If the -l option is supplied, the shell places a dash at the beginning of the 0 arg passes to command. This is what logging does. The -h option causes command to be executed with an empty environment. If -n is supplied, a shell passes name as a 0th argument to the executed command. If command cannot be executed for some reason, a non-interactive shell exists unless the shell option exec fail is enabled, in which case it returns failure. An interactive shell returns failure if the file cannot be executed. If command is not specified, any redirections take effect in the current shell and the return status is 0. If there is a redirection error, the return status is 1. Cause the shell to exit with a status of n. If n is omitted, the exit status is that of the last command executed. A trap on exit is executed before the shell terminates. The supply name act for automatic export the environment of subsequently executed command. If the -f option is given, the name would refer to functions if no names are given, or if the -p option is supplied, a list of all names that are exported in this shell is printed. The -n option causes the export property to be removed from each name. If a variable name is followed by equal word, the value of the variable is set to word. Export returns an exit status of 0 unless an invalid option is encountered. One of the names is not valid shell variable name, or -f is supplied with a name that is not a function. Fix command in the first form. A range of commands from first to last is selected from the history list. First and last may be specified as string or as a number. If last is not specified, it is set to the current command for listing and to first otherwise. If first is not specified, it is set to the previous command for editing and -16 for listing. The -n option suppresses the command numbers when listing. The -r option reverses the order of the command. If the -r option is given, the command listed and turned up. Otherwise, the editor given by ename is invoked and file containing those commands. If ename is not given, the value of the fcedit variable is used and the value of editor if fcedit is not set. If neither variable is set, vi is used. When editing is complete, the edited command echoed and executed. In the second form, command is re-executed after each instance of path is replaced by rep. A useful area to use with this is recall fc-s, so that typing rcc runs the last command beginning with cc and typing r will execute that last command. If the first form is used, the return value is 0 unless an invalid option is encountered or first or last or specified history runs out of range. If the -e option supplied, the return value is the value of the last command executed or failure. If an error occurs with the temporary files of command, if the second form is used, the return status is that of the command re-executed unless command does not specify a valid history line, in which case fc returns failure. Resume job spec in the foreground and make it the current job. If job spec is not present, the shared notion of the current job is used. The return value is that of the command placed into the foreground or failure if run when job control is disabled or when run with job control enabled. If job spec does not specify a valid job or job spec specifies a job that was started without job control. Get_opt is used by shell procedure to pass potential parameters. Opt string contains the option character to be recognized. If a character is followed by a colon, the option is expected to have an argument which should be separated from it by white space. The colon and question mark characters may not be used as option characters. Each time it is invoked, get_opt place the next option in the shell variable name in shell name if it doesn't exist, and the index of the next argument to be processed into the variable opt ind. opt-ind is interrupted to 1 each time the shell script is invoked. When the option requires an argument, get opt place that argument into the variable opt-arg. So shell does not reset opt-ind automatically. It must be manually reset between multiple calls to get opt within the same shell invocation if a new set of parameters is to be used. When the end of option is encountered, get opt exit with a return value greater than 0. Opt-ind is set to the index of the first non-option argument, and name is set to question mark. Get opt normally passes the positional parameters, but if more arguments are given in args, get opt passes those instead. Get opt can report errors in 2 days if the first character of opt string is a colon. Silent error reporting is used. In normal operation, diagnostic messages are printed when invalid option or missing option arguments are encountered. If the variable opt error is set to 0 int error, no error messages will be displayed even if the first character of opt string is not a colon. If an invalid option is seen, get opt place a question into name, and if not silent, print an error message and unset opt-arg. If get opt is silent, the option character found is placed in opt-arg and no diagnostic message is printed. If a required argument is not found and get opt is not silent, a question mark is placed in name opt-arg is unset as and the diagnostic message is printed. If get opt is silent, then a colon is placed in name and the opt-arg is set to the option character found. Get opt returns true if an option specified or unspecified is found. It returns false if the end of option encounters or an error occurs. For each name, the full file name of the command is determined by searching the directories in the path and remembered. If the -p option is supplied, no path search is performed and file name is used as the full file name of the command. The -r option causes the shell to forget or remember locations. The -d option causes the shell to forget the remembered location of each name. If the -t option is supplied, the full path name to which each name corresponds is printed. If multiple name arguments are supplied with -t, the name is printed before the #put path name. The -l option causes output be displayed in a format that may be reused as input if no arguments are given or if only -l is supplied. Information about the remembered command is printed. The return status is true unless a name is not found or an invalid option is supplied. Display helpful information about built-in command. If patterns is specified, help gives detailed help on all command matching patterns or helpful. The built-in the shell control structure is printed. The -s option restricts the information displayed to a short user synopsis. The return status is 0 unless the command matches pattern. With no options, display the command history list with line numbers. Line listed with the asterisk have been modified. An argument of n lists only the last n lines. If the shell variable hist time format is set and not null, it is used as a format string for strife time to display the timestamp associated with each displayed history entry. No interventing blank is printed between the format timestamp and history line. If file name is supplied, it is used as the name of the history file. If not, the value of history file is used. Options. If supplied, have the following meanings. Say clear the history list by deleting all the entries -d. Delete the history entry at position offset -a, append the new history lines to the history file -n. Read the history lines not already read from the history file into the current history list. These are lines appended to the history file since the beginning of the current bash session. -r read the contents of the history file and use them in the current history. -w write the current history to the history file, overwriting the history file's contents. -p perform history substitution on the following args and display result on the standard output. Does not store the results in the history list. Each arg must be quoted to disable normal history expansion. -s store the args in the history list and single entry. The last command in the history list is removed before the args are added. If the hist time format is set, the timestamp information associated with each history entry is written in the history file. The return value is 0 unless an invalid option is encountered. An error occurs while reading or writing the history file. An invalid offset is applied as an argument to -d, or history expansion is applied as an argument to -p fails. The first form lists the active jobs. The options have the following meanings: -list process IDs in addition to the normal information. -p list only the process ID of the jobs process group leader. -n display information only about jobs that have changed status since the user was last notified of their status. -r restrict output to running job. -n restrict output to stop jobs. If job spec is given, output is restricted information about the job. The return status is zero. The return status is 0 unless an invalid option is encountered or an invalid job spec is supplied. If the -x option is supplied, job replaces any job spec found in command of args with the corresponding process group ID and execute command passing it args, returning its exit status. Send the signal name by sig spec or signal to processes named by PID or job spec. Sig spec is either a case-insensitive signal name such as sigqueue or signal number. Signum is a signal number. If sig spec is not present, then sigtam is assumed. An argument of -l lists the signal names. If any argument are supplied when -l is given, the name of the signals corresponding to the argument are listed and the return status is 0. The exit status argument to -l is a number specifying either a signal number or the exit status of a process terminated by a signal. Kill returns true if at least one signal was successfully sent, or false if an error occurs or an invalid option is encountered. Each arg is an arithmetic expression to be evaluated. If the last arg evaluates to 0, that returns 1. 0 is returned otherwise. For each argument, a local variable named name is created and assigned value. The option can be any of the options accepted by degree. When local is used within a function, it causes the variable name to have a visible scope restricted to that function and its children. With no operand, local writes a list of local variables to the standard output. It is an error to use local when not within a function. The return status is 0 unless local is used outside the function. An invalid name is supplied or name is read-only variable. Exit the login shell. removes entries from the directory stack. With no argument, removes the top directory from the stack and performs a cd to the new top directory argument if supplied of the following meaning plus and remove the nth entry counting from the left of the list shown by Deere starting with 0. For example, pop d plus 0 removes the first directory, pop d plus 1 the second. Hyphen n removes the nth entry counting from the right of the list shown by Deere starting with 0. For example, pop d hyphen 0 removes the last directory, pop d hyphen 1 the next to last. Hyphen n suppresses the normal change of directory when removing directory from the stack so that only the stack is manipulated. If the popd command is successful, adds is performed as well, and the return status is 0. Popd returns false if an invalid option is encountered, the directory stack is empty, a non-existent directory stack entry is specified, or the directory change fails. Write the formatted arguments to the standard output under the control of the format. The format is character string, which contains three types of object. Plain character, which are simply copied to standard output. Character escape sequences, which are converted to copy to the standard output. The format specification, each of which causes printing of the next successive argument. In addition to the standard printf format, %b causes printf to expand \escape sequence in the corresponding argument. And %q causes printf to output the corresponding argument in a format that can be reused as shell input. The -v option causes the output to be assigned to the variable var rather than being printed to the standard output. The format is reused as necessary to consume all of the argument. If the format requires more arguments than are supplied, the actual format specifications behave as if zero value or null string as appropriate have been supplied. The return value is 0 on success, non-zero on failure. Add the directory to the top of the directory stack or rotate the stack, making the new top of the stack the current working directory with no argument. Exchanges the top two directories and returns 0 unless the directory stack is empty. Arguments, if supplied, have the following meaning: plus n rotates the stack so that the nth directory is at the top, -n rotates the stack so that the nth directory is at the top, -n suppresses the normal change of directory when adding directory to the stack so that only the stack is manipulated. Adds dir to the directory stack at the top, making it the new current working directory. If the pushd command is successful, adds is performed as well. If the first form is used, pushd returns 0 unless the cd2dir fails. With the second form, pushd returns 0 unless the directory stack is empty, a non-existent directory stack element is specified, or the directory change to the specified new current directory fails. Print the absolute pathname of the current working directory. The pathname printed contains the symbolic links if the -p option is applied to, or the -or physical option to the set built-in command is enabled. If the -l option is used, the pathname printed may contain symbolic links. The return status is 0 unless an error occurs while reading the name of the current directory and an invalid option is applied. One line is read from the standard input from the file descriptor fd supplied as an argument to the -u option, and the first was assigned to the first name, the second was the second name, and so on, with leftover words and their interventing separators assigned to the last name. If there are fewer words read from the input stream the names. The remaining names are assigned empty values. The characters I in IFS are used to split the line into words. The backslash character may be used to remove any special meaning for the next character with and line continuation. Options, if supplied, have the following meanings. -a, the word assigned to sequence or indicate of the array variable anime starting at 0. Anime is unset before new values are assigned. Other name arguments are ignored. -d, the first character of them is used to terminate the input line rather than new line. If the standard input is coming from a terminal read line, is used to obtain the file. And read return after reading any charged characters rather than waiting for a complete line of input. -p display prompt on standard error without trailing new line before attempting to read any input. The prompt is displayed only if input is coming from a terminal. -r backslash does not act as an escape character, but the backslash is considered to be part of a line. In particular, a backslash new line pair may be used as a line continuation. -s silent mode if input is coming from terminal. Characters are not echoed. -t calls read to timeout and return failure if a complete line of input is not read within timeout second. This option has no effect if read is not reading input from the terminal or pipe. You read input from file descriptor fd. If no names are supplied, the line read is assigned to the variable reply. The return code is 0 unless end of file is encountered. Read times out when an invalid file descriptor is supplied the argument to -u. The given names are marked read-only. The values of these names may not be changed by subsequent assignment. If the option is supplied, the function corresponding to the names are so marked. The option restricts the variable to arrays. If no name argument are given, or if the -p option is supplied, a list of all read-only names is printed. The -p option causes output to be displayed in a format that may be reused as input. If a variable name is followed by equal word, the value of the variable is set to word. The return status is 0 unless an invalid option is encountered. One of the names is not a valid shared variable name, or -f if supplied with a name that is not a function. Causes a function to exit with a return value specified by n. If n is omitted, the return status is that of the last command executed in the function body if used outside the function, but during execution of the script by the source command. It causes the shell to stop executing the script and return either n or the exit status of the last command executed within the script as the next exit status of the script. If used outside the function and not during execution of the script by the return status is false. Any command associated with the return drop is executed before execution resumes after the function or script. Without option, the name and value of each shell variable are displayed in a format that can be reused as input for setting or resetting. The currently set variable, read-only variable, cannot be reset. In POSIX mode, only shell variable are reset. The output is sorted according to the current local when options are specified. They set or unset shell attribute. any argument remaining after the option the process treated as value for the potential parameters and assigned in order to $1 to $n and both options, if specified, have the following meanings. -a automatically marks variables and functions which are modified or created for export to the environment of subsequent command. -b report the status of terminated background job immediately rather than before the next primary prompt. This is effect only when job control is enabled. -e exit immediately if a simple command exits with a non-zero status. The shell does not exit if the command that fails if part of the command list immediately following the while or until keyword part of the test in a if statement part of the and or list, or if the command return value is being inverted via exclamation. A trap on error if set is executed before the shell exit. -f disable path expansion. -h remember the location of commands as they are looked up for execution. This is enabled by default. -k all arguments in the form of assignment statements are placed in the environment for a command, not just those that precede the command name. -n monitor mode job control is enabled. This option is on by default for interactive shells on systems that support it. Background processes run in a separate processes group, and a line containing their exit status is printed upon their completion. -n read command but do not execute them. This may be used to check a shell script for syntax errors. This is ignored by interactive shells. -o the option name can be of the following: same as -a, same as -b. Use an Emacs style command line editing interface. This is enabled by default when the shell is interactive, unless the shell is started with a no editing option. Same as -e, same as -d, same as -e, same as -h, same as -h. Enable command history as described above under history. This option is on by default in interactive shells. The effect is as if the shell command ignore EOF equals 10 has been executed. Same as -k, same as -m, same as -c, same as -n, same as -s. No log currently ignored. Same as -b, same as -u, same as -t, same as -b. If set the return values of the pipeline is the value of the last command to exit with a non-zero status, or 0 if all command in the pipeline exit successfully. This option is disabled by default. Change the behavior of bash where the default operation defaults from the project standard to match standard. Same as -b, same as -v. Use a VI style command line editing interface. Same as -x. If -o is supplied with no option name, the value of the current options are printed. If +o is supplied with no option name, a series of set commands to recreate the current option setting is displayed on the standard output. -p turn on privileged mode. In this mode, the m and bash m file are not processed. Shell functions are not inherited from the environment, and the shell options variable, if it appears in the environment, is ignored if the shell is started with the effective user group ID not equal to the real user group ID, and the -b option is not supplied. These actions are taken, and the effective user ID is set to the real user ID. If the -b option is supplied at startup, the effective user ID is not reset. Turning this option off causes the effective user and group IDs to be set to the real user and group IDs. Exit after reading and executing one command. Treat unset variables as an error when performing parameter expansions. If expansion is attempted on an unset variable, the shell print an error message and if not interactive, exit with a non-zero status. Print shell input line as they read. After expanding each simple command for command, case command, select command, or arithmetic for command, display the expanded value of PS4 followed by the command and its expanded argument or associated word list. The shell performs place expansion. This is on by default. If set bash does not overwrite an existing file with the redirection operators, this may be overridden when creating output file by using the redirection operator. Instead of this, if set any trap on error is inherited by shell functions, command substitution, command executed in subshell environment, the error trap is normally not inherited in such cases. Enable exclamation style history substitution. This option is on by default when the shell is interactive. If set, the shell does not follow symbolic links when executing commands such as cd that change the current working directory. It uses the physical directory structure instead by default. Bash follows the logical chain of directories when performing commands which change the current directory. If set, any traps on debug and return inherited by shell functions, command substitution, and command executed in a subshell environment. The debug and return traps are normally not inherited in such cases. If no arguments follow these options, then the positional parameters are unset. Otherwise, the positional parameters are set to the args, even if some of them begin with a hyphen. Signal the end of options cause all remaining args to be assigned to the positional parameters. The -x and -v options are turned off. If there are no args, positional parameters remain unchanged. The options are off by default unless otherwise noted. Using plus rather than hyphen causes these options to be turned off. The options can also be specified as argument to an invocation of the shell. The current set of options may be found in $-. The return status is always true unless an invalid option is encountered. The positional parameter from n+1 are renamed to $1 parameters represented by the numbers $sharp down to $sharp minus n+1 are unset. N must be a non-negative number less than or equal to $sharp if n is 0. No parameters are changed. If n is not given, it is assumed to be 1. If n is greater than $sharp, the potential parameter is not changed. The return status is greater than 0 if n is greater than $sharp or less than 0, otherwise 0. 休憩します。 やります。Toggle the values of variables controlling optional shell behavior with no options or with the -p option. A list of all sellable options is displayed with an indication whether or not each is set. The -p option causes output to be displayed in a form that may be reused as input. Other options may have the following meanings. -s enable each opt name, -u disable each opt name, -q suppresses normal output. The return status indicates whether the opt name is set or unset. If multiple opt name arguments are given with -q, the return status is 0 if all opt names are enabled, non-zero otherwise. -o restricts the value of opt name to be those defined for the -o option to the set built-in. If either -s or -u is used with no opt name arguments, the display is limited to those options which are set or unset respectively. Unless otherwise noted, the shop options are disabled by default. The return status when listing options is 0 if all opt names are enabled, non-zero otherwise. When setting or unsetting options, the return status is 0 unless an opt name is not a valid shell option. The list of shop options is if set an argument to the cd built-in command that is not a directory is assumed to be the name of a variable whose value is the directory to change to. If set minor errors in the spelling of a directory component in a cd command will be corrected. The errors checked for transposed characters, a missing character, and one character too many. If a correction is found, the corrected file name is printed and the command proceeds. This option is only used by interactive shells. If set, bash checks that a command found in the hash table exists before trying to execute it. If a hash command no longer exists, a normal path search is performed. If set, bash checks the window size after each command and if necessary updates the values of lines and columns. If set, bash attempts to several lines over multiple line command in the same history entry. This allows easy re-editing of multiple line command. If set, bash changes its behavior to that of version 3.1 with respect to quoted arguments to the conditional command equal pseudo operator. If set, bash includes file names beginning with a dot in the result of path name expansion. If set, a non-interactive shell will not exit if it cannot execute the file specified as an argument to the exec built-in command. An interactive shell does not exit if exec fails. If set, aliases are expanded as described above under aliases. This option is enabled by default for interactive shells. If set, behavior intended for use by debugger is enabled. 1. The -f option to the declare built-in displays the source file name and line number corresponding to each function name supplied as an argument. 2. If the command run by the debug trap returns a non-zero value, the next command is skipped and not executed. 3. If the command run by the debug trap returns a variable 2, and the shell is executing in the subroutine, call to return is simulated. 4. Bash argc and bash argv are updated as described in their description above. 5. Function tracing is enabled. Common substitution shell function and subshell invoke with inherit the debug and return traps. 6. Error tracing is enabled. Common substitution shell functions and subshells invoked with inherit the error trap. If set, the extended pattern matching features described above under path-name expansion enabled. If set, string and string quoting is performed within parameter expansion enclosed in double quotes. This option is enabled by default. If set, patterns which fail to match file names during path-name expansion result in an expansion error. If set, the suffix is specified by the fignore shell variable cause word to be ignored when performing word completion, even if the ignored word are the only possible completions. See shell variables above for description of fignore. This option is enabled by default. If set, shell error messages are written in the standard GNU error message format. If set, the history list is appended to the file named by the value of the history file variable when the shell exits, rather than overwriting the file. If set, and readline is being used, a user is given the opportunity to re-edit a failed history substitution. If set and readline is being used, the result of history substitution are not immediately passed to the shell parser. Instead, the resulting line is loaded into the readline editing buffer, allowing further modification. If set and readline is being used, Bash will attempt to perform hostname completion when a word containing a @ is being completed. This is enabled by default. If set, Bash will send shell hop to all jobs when an interactive login shell exits. If set, allow a word beginning with sharp to cause that word and all remaining characters on that line to be ignored in an interactive shell. This option is enabled by default. If set and the command hist option is enabled, multi-line commands are saved to the history with embedded new lines rather than using semicolon separators where possible. The shell set this option if it is started as a login shell. The value may not be changed. If set and the file that Bash is checking for mail has been accessed since the last time it was checked, the message the mail file has been read is displayed. If set and readline is being used, Bash will not attempt to search the path for possible completion when completion is attempted on an empty line. If set, Bash matches file names in a case-insensitive fashion when performing path-name expansion. If set, Bash matches pattern in a case-insensitive fashion when performing matching while executing case or conditional command. If set, Bash allows patterns which match no file to expand to a null string rather than themselves. If set, the programmable completion facilities are enabled. This option is enabled by default. If set, prompt to string undergo parameter expansion, command substitution, arithmetic expansion, and quote removal after being expanded as described in prompting above. This option is enabled by default. The shell sets this option if its status is restricted mode. The value may not be changed. This is not reset when the startup files are executed, allowing the startup file to discover whether or not a shell is restricted. If set, the shift built-in prints an error message when the shift count exceeds the number of potential parameters. If set, the source built-in uses the variable path to find the directory containing the file supplied as an argument. This option is enabled by default. If set, the echo built-in expands / escape sequence by default. Suspend the execution of this shell until it receives a SIG-count signal. The -F option says not to complain if this is a login shell, just suspend anyway. The return status is 0 unless the shell is a login shell and the -S is not supplied or if job control is not enabled. return a status of 0 or 1 depending on the evaluation on the conditional expression XPR. Each operator and operand must be a separate argument. Expressions are composed of the primaries described above and the conditional expressions. Test doesn't accept any options, nor does it accept and ignore an argument of hyphen hyphen as signifying the end of option. Expressions may be combined using the following operators listed in this decreasing order of precedence. True if XPR is false, returns the value of XPR. This may be used to override normal precedence of operators. True if both XPR1 and XPR2 are true. True if either XPR1 or XPR2 is true. Test and evaluate conditional expressions using a set of rules based on the number of arguments. 0 argument, the expression is false. 1. The expression is true if and only if the argument is not true, not null. 2. If the first argument is explanation, the expression is true if and only if the second argument is null. If the first argument is one of the unary conditional operators listed above and the conditional expression, the expression is true if the unary test is true. If the first argument is not a valid unary condition operator, the expression is false. 3. If the second argument is one of the binary condition operators listed above and the conditional expressions and the result of the expression is the result of the binary test using the first and third argument as operand. If the first argument is explanation, the value is negation of the two argument test using the second and third argument. If the first argument is exactly braces and third argument is exactly brace, the result is one argument test of the second argument. Otherwise, the expression is false. The hyphen A and hyphen O operators are considered binary operators in this case. 4. If the first argument is explanation, the result is negation of the 3-argument expression composed of the remaining argument. Otherwise, the expression is parsed and evaluated according to precedence using the rules listed above. 5 or more arguments. And the expression is parsed and evaluated according to precedence using the rule listed above. Print the accumulated user and system times for the shell and for processes run from the shell. The return status is 0. The command arg is to be read and executed when the shell receives signal sigspec. If arg is absent or hyphen each specified signal is reset to its original disposition. If arg is a shell, if arg is a null string, the signal specified by each sigspec is ignored by the shell and by the command it invokes. If arg is not present and -p has been supplied, then the trap commands associated with each sigspec are displayed. If no arguments are supplied or if only -p is given, trap prints a list of commands associated with each signal. The -l option causes the shell to print a list of signal names and their corresponding numbers. Each sigspec is either a signal name defined in signal.h or signal number. Signal names are case insensitive and the sig prefix is optional. If a sigspec is exit, the command arg is executed on exit from the shell. If a sigspec is debugged, the command arg is executed before every simple command, for command, case command, select command, every arithmetic call command, and before the first command execute in a shell function. Refer to description of the xdebug. option to the shop built-in for details of its effect on debug trap. If a SIGSPEC is error, the command is executed whenever a simple command has a non-zero exit status subject to the following conditions. The error trap is not executed if the failed command is part of the command list immediately following a while until keyboard part of the test in an if statement part of the end or list, or if the command list value is being inverted via exclamation. These are the same conditions obeyed by the error exit option. If a SIGSPEC is returned, the command is executed each time a shell function or script execute with a dot or source built-in finishes executing. Signals ignored upon entry to the shell cannot be trapped or reset. Trapped signal that not being ignored or reset to their original values in the child process when it is created. The return status is false if any SIGSPEC is invalid, otherwise trapped returns true. With no options indicate how each name would be interpreted if used as a command name. If the -t option is used, type prints a string which is on one of alias keyword function built in your file if name is an alias. Shell reserved word function built in or disk file respectively. If the name is not found, then nothing is printed and the exit status of false is returned. If the -p option is used, type either returns the name of the disk file that would be executed if name were specified as a common name, or nothing if type -t name would not return a file. The -p option forces a path research for each name even if type -t name would not return file. If a command is hashed, -p and -p print the hash value, not necessarily the file that appears first in path. If the -a option is used, the print all of the places that contain an executable named name. This includes aliases and functions if and only if the -p option is only also used. The table of hashed command is not consulted when using -a. The -f option suppresses shell function lookup as with the command built-in. Type returns true if any of the arguments are found, false if none are found. Provides control over the resources available to the shell and processes 30/8. On systems that allow such control, the -h and -s option specify that the hard-to-soft limit is set for the given resources. A hard limit cannot be increased if it is set. A soft limit may be increased up to the value of the hard limit. If neither -h nor -s is specified, both the soft and hard limit are set. The value of limit can be a number specified for the resource or one of the special values hard, soft, or unlimited, which stand for the current hard limit, the current soft limit, and no limit respectively. If limit is omitted, the current value of the soft limit of the resource is printed unless the -h option is given. When more than one resource is specified, the limit name and unit are printed before the value. Other options are interpreted as follows: -a, all current limits are reported; -c, the maximum size of code files created; -d, the maximum size of processes data segment; -e, the maximum scheduling priority; -f, the maximum size of a file written by the shell and its children; -i, the maximum number of pending signals; -l, the maximum size that may be locked into memory; -m, the maximum resident set size; -n, the maximum number of open file descriptors; -p, the pipe size in 512 byte blocks. -q, the maximum number of bytes in public message queues. -r, the maximum real-time scheduling priority. -s, the maximum stack size. -t, the maximum amount of CPU time in second. -u, the maximum number of processes available to a single user. -v, the maximum amount of virtual memory available to the shell. -x, maximum number of file locks. If limit is given, it is the new value of the specified resource. If no option is given, then -f is assumed. Values are in 1024 byte increment except for -t, which is in second, -p, which is in unit of 512 byte blocks, and -n and -u, which are unscaled values. The return status is 0 unless an invalid option or argument is supplied, or an error occurs while setting a new limit. The user file creation mask is set to mode. If mode begins with a digit, it is interpreted as an octal number. Otherwise, it is interpreted as a symbolic mode mask similar to that accepted by chmod. If mode is omitted, the current value of mask is printed. The -s option causes the mask to be printed in symbolic form. The default output is an octal number. If the -p option is supplied and mode is omitted, the output is in a form that may be reused as input. The return status is 0 if the mode was successfully changed or if no mode argument was supplied, and false otherwise. Remove each name from the list of defined aliases. If -a is supplied, all alias definitions are removed. The return value is to-do unless a supplied name is not a defined alias. For each name, remove the corresponding variable or function. If no options are supplied or the -v option is given, each name refers to a shell variable. Read-only variables may not be unset. If -f is specified, each name refers to a small function and the function definition is removed. Each unset variable or function is removed from the environment passed to the subsequent command. If any of random second line number hits command, func name groups or dir stack are unset, they lose their special properties, even if they are subsequently reset. The exit status is true unless a name is read-only. Wait for each specified process and return its termination status. Each end may be a process ID or job specification. If a job spec is given, all processes in that job's pipeline are waited for. If n is not given, all currently active child processes are waited for, and the return status is 0. If n specifies a non-existent process or job, the return status is 127. Otherwise, the return status is the exit status of the last process or job waited for. Restricted shell. If bash is started with name rbash or the -r option is supplied at invocation, the shell becomes restricted. A restricted shell is used to set up an environment more controlled than the standard shell. It behaves identically to bash with the exception that the following is disallowed or not performed. Changing directory with cd, setting or unsetting the value of shell path env or bash env, specifying command names containing /, specifying a file name containing a / as an argument to the built-in command, specifying a file name containing a / as an argument to the -p option to the # built-in command, importing function definitions from the shell environment at startup, parsing the value of shell options from the shell environment at startup, redirecting output using the redirections operators, using the exec built-in command to replace the shell with another command, adding or deleting built-in command with the -f and -d option to the enable built-in command, using the enable built-in command to enable disable shell built-ins, specifying the -p option to the command built-in command, turning off restricted mode with set plus R or set plus O restricted. These restrictions are enforced after any startup files are read. When a command that is found to be a shell script is executed, rbash turns off any restrictions in the shell spawn to execute the script. See also bash reference manual. Brian, Fox, and Chet Ramey. The GNU readline library, Brian, Fox, and Chet Ramey. The GNU history library, Brian, Fox, and Chet Ramey. Portable operating system interface, POSIX, Part 2 shell and utilities, IEEE, SH, K shell, C shell, Emacs, VI, readline, files, /bin /bash, the bash executable, /etc/profile, the system-wide initialization file executed for login shells, /.bash profile, the personal initialization file executed for login shells, /.bashrc, the individual per interactive shell startup file, /.bash logout, the individual login shell cleanup file executed when the login shell exits, /.inputrc, individual readline initialization file. Authors Brian Fox, Free Software Foundation, bfox at gnu.org, Chet Ramey, Case Western Reserve University, Chet at po.cwru.edu. Bug reports. If you find a bug in Bash, you should report it. But first, you should make sure that it really is a bug and that it appears in the latest version of Bash. The latest version is always available from http://stp.gnu.org/pub/bash/. Once you have determined the bug actually exists, use the bash bug command to submit a bug report. If you have a fix, you're encouraged to mail that as well. Suggestion and philosophical bug reports may be mailed to bugbash@gnu.org or posted to the Usenet news group gnu.bash.bug. All bug reports should include the version number of Bash, the hardware an operating system the compiler used to compile a description of the bug behavior, a short script or recipe which exercises the bug. A bash bug inserts the first three items automatically into the template it provides for filling a bug report. Comment on the bug report concerning this manual page should be directed to chat@po.cwru.edu. Bugs. It's too big and too slow. There are some subtle differences between bash and traditional version of SH, mostly because of the POSIX specification. Aliases are confusing in some uses. Shell built-in commands and functions are not stoppable, restartable. Compound command and command sequence of the form A semicolon B semicolon C are not handled gracefully when process suspension is attempted. When a process is stopped, the shell immediately executes the next command in the sequence. It suffices to place the sequence of command between parentheses to force it into a subshell, which may be stopped as a unit. Command inside of command substitution are not parsed until substitution is attempted. This will delay error reporting until some time after the command is entered. For example, unmatched parentheses, even inside shell comment, will result in error messages while the construct is being read. Array variables may not yet be exported. GNU Bash 3.2 2006 September 28th 終わりです。